and then managed to reach to the accused and find out notes as well. But the bigger question, what is leading to our young men killing with so brutality without any fear of law and human life? That's also something to think about. I'm heading into a very short break. When we return, it's been a big day for the aviation industry. 250 Airbus have been given in a combined order by Air India. It's a big news, and it involves, remember, the United States of America and even France, putting India on a global scale too. Let's bring you the latest on that after a very short break.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in '79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Bonnie Kapoor took to social media to announce that the biography on his late wife and actress Sridevi is in the works and will release later this year. Speaking about the same, he called his late wife a force of nature. Titled as The Life of a Legend, the book will feature the key aspects of Sridevi's life and career. It will be published by Westland Books. The actor had passed away in 2018, leaving a void in the industry. And on her 5th death anniversary, her popular film English Vinglish is set to release in China. The drama marked Sridevi's comeback to films after a long hiatus of 15 years.
English tuition? I can come in?
You may not.
But
You need to ask, may I come in?
English Vinglish had gone on to become India's official entry to the Academy Awards in the Best Foreign Language Film category for 2013. The story of the film revolved around a housewife who decided to take up English lessons in the US after being mocked by her husband and daughter.
She was born to make laddu.
I, Shashi, from the India.
No, Sashi, not from the India. From India.
Why India, not the India? Why America, the United States of America?
In her illustrious filmic career, Sridevi had acted in as many as 300 films.
Air India has sealed a record order of about 500 Airbus aircrafts. Air India making this and putting India on the global map with this order. This, remember, is of course a big boost to the aviation industry, but it involves also India, United States of America and France. What exactly happened? Here are some of the highlights that you should not miss.
$250 Airbus aircraft, 220 Boeing planes. Air India's multi-billion-dollar deal is the biggest ever aviation deal in the world. The Tata Group on Tuesday announced a massive order for 250 aircraft from Airbus. It includes 140 A320, 70 A321neo, 40 AN350. The mega deal was announced in a video conference with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, French President Emmanuel Macron and Ratan Tata.
2.5 बिलियन यूरो के निवेश से बन रहे इस प्रोजेक्ट में भी टाटा और एयरबस की साझेदारी है. मुझे ये जानकर भी खुशी है कि फ्रेंच कंपनी साफरान विमानों के इंजन की सर्विस के लिए भारत में सबसे बड़ी MRO फैसिलिटी स्थापित कर रही है.
Is that Airbus is contributing to the outstanding development of India. and the new 250 aircrafts, which will be delivered to Air India, will be one more step in this direction. There is a deep commitment in France to provide the state-of-the-art, the most efficient technologies available to India, and to be part of your Made in India strategy.
250 aircrafts, 40 of them on the wide body A350, which we will use to fly all ultra-long distance across the globe.
As part of its historic expansion, Air India is also purchasing 220 planes from Boeing. It includes 190 737 MAX, 20 of the 787 Dreamliners, and 10 mini-jumbo 777X. Soon after the deal was announced, Prime Minister Modi dialed US President Joe Biden. The leaders welcomed the landmark agreement between Air India and Boeing, a shining example of mutually beneficial cooperation. Tata Sons, India's oldest and largest conglomerate, regained ownership of the debt-laden Air India last year and is now seeking to reinvent itself by expanding its operations and modernizing its fleet. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of yourself, but always stay tuned to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Thank you.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
A fresh controversy has now erupted over the Jyotirlings in the country between Assam and Maharashtra. This is big news coming in. This, remember, is being escalated primarily from the politicians in Maharashtra. So what exactly happened? Assam government is claiming with an advertisement that there is a 6th Jyotirlinga, which is in Assam. The Maharashtra's opposition has suddenly jumped into action and they are attacking the Shinde government. Uddhav Sena's members have said that first projects are taken away and then even our gods are being taken away by us. This is big news. Remember, this is over the Shiva shrine. So Assam government, as you're looking at, look at that advertisement on your screen. You can see the chief minister of the state who's talking about India's 6th Jyotirlinga and saying that it is the Bhim Shankar, and he's saying that it is in Assam. And while the Maharashtra's opposition is clearly saying, and has been known also commonly, that the Bhim Shankar Jyotirlinga has been in Pune in Maharashtra. Maharashtra opposition is referring to key projects also that were lost to Gujarat earlier. Let's go across now to our colleagues on the ground as well. Ritvik is joining me for the latest on that. Ritvik, what exactly does the ad by Assam say? But before I come to you, the one who made that first claim and allegation is Sachin Sawant. Sachin, you were the one who had put out that statement with the advertisement, and Bhim Shankar Jyotirlinga, known to be in Maharashtra, but Assam government has put out this ad. What exactly is why are you so angry about it? What happened?
No, definitely it has hurt the sentiments of Maharashtra. The 12 Jyotirlingas have a very sacred place in the Hindu culture, Hindu religion as well. Many people go for yatras and everybody revere it to the extreme level. You have to understand the sentiments of people of Maharashtra. And when Assam government, which is led by the BJP, is taking claim on this, it has definitely hurt the sentiments of Maharashtra. Even they have changed the name. The name is Bhima Shankar, not Bhim Shankar as they are claiming. And that is why we have demanded the clarification from the government of Maharashtra what exactly is their stand, and we demand unequivocal condemnation from the state of Maharashtra government. And
but as I'm reading through this advertisement also, Sachin, so what they are saying is basically at the moment the Devatas emerged there and started praying to Lord Shiva to take his place in Kamrup, and this is what they told Lord Shiva about that he will be known as Bhim Shankar here. So they are also quoting, at his appears, from some historical scriptures to say that this is in Kamrup in Assam and are now inviting people.
See, the thing is, it's a well-known and established fact that the Jyotirlinga, Sikh Jyotirlinga, is in Maharashtra, in the Pune district of Maharashtra. And even the government of India, as has been told by the Bharatiya Janata Party, has clarified it that it's in Maharashtra. So if Assam government is trying to take claim on this, it is definitely not acceptable to the people.
But Sachin, you haven't actually mentioned just about the Jyotirlinga Bhim Shankar. You gone ahead and compared it to the projects being taken away. What are you alleging here?
Definitely. See, the thing is, there is what we are saying, that Bharatiya Janata Party has a grudge against Maharashtra, and it is visible in every actions of BJP. Many industries have been taken away. Now the the status of Jyotirlinga also is being snatched away. That is what we are. They want to make it controversial. As it is, the two Jyotirlingas, other Jyotirlingas, which are there in Hingoli district, Aunda Nagnath, and even Parli Vaijanath, they have been made controversial.
But no, what you said is very interesting. You're making it political more than, let's say, okay, we'll have the religious seers and saints settle this debate, but about politics of it, you're saying it's the BJP that has taken away the industries from you and is now taking away the gods also.
Of course it is that way. And these are the sentiments of the 12 crore people of Maharashtra. See, because the Bharatiya Janata Party over here also are defending that.
How do you think this needs to be taken up? What are you expecting from Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde?
We want the government of Maharashtra to clarify what exactly they feel about this particular action of the Assam government, and we want them to condemn it strongly.
All right, Sachin Sawant has clearly upped the ante over the Maharashtra government, saying the 6th Jyotirlinga Bhim Shankar was in Maharashtra and is well known. How is the Assam government claiming it to be, and are alleging that the BJP has taken away their industries, are taking away gods as well. But what's more important is perhaps the Assam government could come out with a clarification and a statement, or what is leading them with an advertisement that has been put in. Just to give you a background, the ad was put for attracting devotees and tourists to come visit the Kamrup area in Assam. Assam, just to also add here, has, of course, definitely its share of a lot of religious figures and history from the Hindu religion. Ritvik now joins me on the latest on that. Ritvik, this has connected Maharashtra and Assam in a debate like no other. It appears to be an unholy political war, so to say. So what are you picking up? Any word from the Assam government yet? And what was this ad about?
Yeah, in a row of series of allegations from oppositions on BJP. Now, this has added up to it. Opposition in Maharashtra, be it Congress, be it NCP and Shiv Sena, all the leaders were alleging that the crucial projects of Maharashtra are being taken away in the other states of India. And now, after NCP MP Supriya Sue, she has tweeted and brought it to the fore that the temple and gods are also snatched away from Maharashtra. And she has tweeted the advertisement by the Tourism Department of Assam, which also has Chief Minister Hemant Biswas on the face of it. And they are claiming, as we say, that one of the 6 Jyotirlinga of the 12 out of 12 are located in Parbat of Assam. And what she's trying to say is it is BJP-ruled government states, and it is BJP in the center who is purposely targeting Maharashtra, their sentiments, be it politically or be it spiritually. Now all the political war has gone all spiritual, as we can see that the claims are being made by the opposition and CM Eknath Shinde.
Yes, Ritvik, so of course we'll be waiting for a reaction from Eknath Shinde too. That's a big debate that is coming in over an advertisement in Assam that Maharashtra politicians are taking note of and are charging at the government. Coimbatore serial bombings, it appears, and their accused could be now released, according to what the minister in Tamil Nadu has to say. What we are being told is that the minister, DMK minister K.S. Mastan, has said that the state government is taking legal steps to release those who were involved in the Coimbatore serial bombings. Remember, these bombings had taken place in 1998. And according to the DMK minister now, their release will depend on a stand taken by the union government. This could be big news because the Minister for Minorities Welfare, K.S. Mastan, has said, and he was responding to a question posed by a reporter, whether the government will take steps to free those who have been languishing in jail for 25 years due to their involvement in the 1998 bomb blast. And could this be on similar nature of the Rajiv Gandhi assassins who were also released before time? Now, we've been taking steps legally, he said, and a legal committee has also been constituted very soon. Listen into what he had said, but here's why this is important. 14th February is marked as the anniversary of these serial bombings, which killed 58 people and injured hundreds in 1998. I want to bring in Pramod Madhav for the latest on that. Pramod, how do you think this will go down in Tamil Nadu, where over 50 people are killed and the accused are arrested, they are in prison, but a minister says we are looking at their early release? Pramod, if you can hear me, what exactly did the DMK minister say, and how precisely is this going to become have reactions coming in from the state over this? All right, so we'll continue. It's been more than 1 week now after those devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. It has led to the death toll of at least 40,000 people estimated who have lost their life. But there are also still survivors who are being brought out, even if it's few and far in between. Let's bring you some of the updates coming in from both the countries. All right, look closely on your screen. A dog was rescued from rubble in Samandag, southern Turkey on Tuesday, 8 days after the worst quake that hit the country in modern history. Istanbul mayor wrote on social media that the dog's owners had perished in the disaster. A 77-year-old man was rescued from the rubble in Adıyaman on Tuesday, 212 hours after that 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck. Rescuers are still pulling out survivors from the ground more than 1 week after the initial earthquake. Look at this visuals from a drone footage. This is the Karnataka area, which has been one of the worst affected, where construction machines are clearing the rubble. It's a concrete debris from the buildings that collapsed. The death toll in both countries are estimated to be about 40,000 people. Many survivors have been left homeless. Remember, we are talking about near freezing winter temperature in the countries. It's not an easy job for non-stop rescue personnel too. They are sleeping near the wreckage of the buildings, warming up by blankets and campfire in the southern Turkish city of Antakya. The urbanization minister, Murat Kurum, has said 40,000 buildings either collapsed, were in urgent need of demolition, or severely damaged in 10 cities. Sportsmen remember the survivors and the victims too. A minute's silence was observed before the two Champions League matches in Paris and Milan as a mark of respect for the victims of earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Players, officials and fans stood in silence before the round of 16 matches between PSG and Bayern Munich in France and AC Milan against Tottenham Hotspur in Italy. There's a prominent Turkish celebrity chef, Salt Bey, and he's ensuring that he comes forth and helps in the rescue measures as well. He has promised that he will be ensuring that about 5,000 people daily are provided food and amenities. Also a reminder that in any way that people can contribute with their services, they are doing so. Take a look at this report.
Celebrity chef and social media sensation Nusrat Gökçe, known for his unique style of seasoning steaks, has now turned savior for his homeland, Turkey. As the country reels under the aftermath of one of the deadliest earthquakes, Salt Bey, who hails from Pasholo, has come forward to help his fellow countrymen. The famous restaurateur has arranged for a mobile kitchen to go to the disaster zone and pledged to provide food to at least 5,000 earthquake survivors every day. He says this is the most important and meaningful service in the world. While most social media users praise Salt Bey, some thought of his food service to be a publicity stunt. Recently, he hit the headlines for finding his way to the pitch after the FIFA finals, clicking pictures with Argentina players despite their clear annoyance, and holding the World Cup trophy. He was put under investigation by the World Football Body then. But looks like he's now looking for redemption. Bureau Report, India Today.
And remember, amid all this, it's also the stories of survivors being pulled out of the rubble even after 1 week of laying in that rubble and wreckage. I'm heading into a short break. When I return, I get you some sports news. Shreyas Iyer appears to be returning back into the squad. And the question will be, who will he replace and what next for the Indian squad? Let's bring you the latest on that in sports after a very short break. You're watching India Today.
Nice shot.
Las cosas se van a poner muy feas. Y yo no soy de quedarme quieta. Soy más bien de liarme a tiros. Jarana, entonces.
If you haven't had enough of Money Heist, then get set for Berlin. The teaser of Berlin, a spin-off of Money Heist, has been released and it reintroduces us to the character Berlin, which is played by Pedro Alonso as he gears up for an adventure. The upcoming series is a prequel and explores what happened to the titular character before he joined forces with the professor for a grand robbery. The first season will have 8 episodes and will premiere on OTT platform Netflix in December 2023, so it's going to be a long wait. For the unversed, money heist revolves around a mastermind named Professor and his gang as they try to carry out a massive heist.
El dinero de nadie. No se puede salir con vida del Banco de España. Es imposible. Pero yo voy a sacaros de allí.
Leonardo DiCaprio's dating history has always been the talk of town. The actor, who has a record of dating women less than 25 years, seems to have redefined his age benchmark. Leo is now in the limelight for his relationship with a 19-year-old Israeli model and social media influencer, Eden Polani. She is currently based in Los Angeles. Before Eden Polani, Leonardo DiCaprio has dated supermodels and actresses, including Naomi Campbell, Bar Raffaelli, and Camilla Morone, among others. According to reports, he was recently dating Gigi Hadid, and a series of pictures of the duo went viral. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Cricketer Shreyas Iyer could not join in the Australia tournament because of an injury that he had suffered, but now it appears his fitness has been cleared and is likely to make a comeback very soon. In fact, he has been declared fit, which means he could be now joining in with the second test that's expected soon. Iyer will join the squad in Delhi, where the second test match will take place. His fitness and his ability to play spin well could mean that it could be Surya Kumar Yadav, who made his debut in Iyer's absence, may just have to take a back seat and make way for Iyer. The second test starts on 17th February. Two teams will have their first practice session also on Wednesday. But with NCA now declaring it fit for Shreyas Iyer, he's set to be back for the second test. So it's been wedding bells, and this time again, Hardik Pandya and Natasha Stankovic have decided to renew their vows, and it was a white wedding in Udaipur in Rajasthan. Remember, they had a son, Agastya, the same year that they had got married earlier, but this time it was, of course, a grand wedding. These lovely pictures of them with their son have surfaced online. Wishing, again, a very happy married life to Hardik and Natasha.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Oh, sorry.
बाबू सोना मैं ना चाहूं, मैं तो चाहूं दर्शन तेरा, तू जो तू दे प्यार से मेरी सेहत बन जाए, आजा गैया बाहों में वैलेंटाइन को न मनाऊं, मैं तेरे प्यार को ही पाऊं। गैया गैया हे मैया मुझको तू इतना हक दे, तेरी सेवा करूं ये अनुभव अलग दे, वैलेंटाइन तेरे चरणों पर अर्पित है, बस एक बार तू मुझको हक दे। आई लव यू भैया मोरी मैया।
Buddha Jeans Company, Planet Easy, Union Bank of India.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Chilling replay of Shraddha murder. Girlfriend killed, body stored in fridge of a dhaba. Man weds another woman on the same day of murder. Shocking Delhi road rage leads to brutal murder. Man rams bike into a bus. Driver stabs man to death in Delhi's Nagloe. IT searchers at BBC for over 24 hours. Tax evasion and violations under probe. Some phones, laptops, computers seized. BBC says our journalism continues. It's a mega week for Indian aviation. Air India breaks aviation records. Orders 250 aircraft from Airbus. Places a whopping $100 billion combined order. NIA cracks down on terror in South India with raids across 60 locations in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and 45 locations in Karnataka. Death toll from Turkey-Syria earthquakes crosses over 40,000 mark. Now more people have been found alive as rescue efforts continue for over 200 hours. We're getting you some information this morning. We're getting you all the details of the Nikki murder case. In this car, Sahil Gehlot strangulated Nikki with a cable. The car crime branch has recovered it last night. This is the car on your screens right now. According to the police, the accused Sahil Gehlot, after killing Nikki in the car, kept the body on the front seat of the car, had power with the driver's seat and kept driving on the roads of Delhi for 40 kilometers. After keeping the body in the deep freezer at a Dhaba in Mitraon village, he took his car and went home. The police recovered the car used in the murder from Sahil's house on Tuesday. After the murder, Sahil got involved in the marriage function.
बेटी के साथ पूरा अन्याय हुआ है, उसको मैं चाहता हूँ कि उसको सरकार सजाए मौत दे। हमारी बेटी के साथ पूरा अन्याय हुआ है, उसको मैं चाहता हूँ कि उसको सरकार सजाए मौत दे। हमारी बेटी के साथ पूरा अन्याय हुआ है, उसको मैं चाहता हूँ कि उसको सरकार सजाए मौत दे।
Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that big story we are tracking very closely. Amit, this has got an eerie resemblance to the previous case of Shraddha Walkar that we had reported on. You know, in this case, the man has gone to the extent of actually getting married the same day. This is horrific. What more can you tell us about what really happened and what pushed him to do something as gruesome as this?
True, Sneha, this is horrific, this is bizarre. The details that are coming out in this particular case is actually shocking. You know, on the intervening night of 9th and 10th February, you have the accused Sahil Gehlot meeting the deceased Nikki Yadav, and apparently Sahil had called Nikki so that they can go out on a detour of sorts. You know, and in fact, in that particular conversation, Nikki Yadav got to know about the every details of Sahil's marriage, which triggered the fight between the erstwhile couple, if we can call them one. And after that, what we are learning from our sources is that Sahil used a data cable to strangulate Nikki Yadav in that particular car. The picture that we were showing to our viewers on our on India Today right now, the white Varna car, this is the particular car in which Nikki Yadav was killed. And there are more shocking details which are coming out, Sneha. You know, this particular accused Sahil Gehlot was actually driving with the dead body of Nikki Yadav for nearly 40 kilometers on the streets, on the roads of Delhi, probably searching for a safer location where he can get rid of the body, where he can dump the body so that the legal action cannot be taken against him. And eventually he came down to his own village, Mitraon, a Dhaba, where he had put that particular body in the deep freezer to avoid that anybody ends up finding the dead body of Nikki Yadav. Now there are more bizarre details and probably inhuman action. The day when he killed Nikki, that particular day, later in the night, he goes on to participate in his own marriage ceremony and ends up marrying another girl in this particular case. So clearly,
Amit, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now for more details on that story. Meanwhile, my colleague Arvind Hoja has spoken to the father of the victim in this case. Let's take a listen.
सर, ये आपको कब जानकारी मिली कि निक्की की हत्या कर दी गई है?
कल सुबह मिली जी।
किसने बताया था?
पुलिस वालों को फोन आया था, क्राइम ब्रांच।
अच्छा सर, पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि जो निक्की है, साहिल है, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को 2018 से जानते थे और दोनों ही के परिवार वालों को इसकी जानकारी थी, इस रिलेशनशिप की। तो आप लोगों को
कोई जानकारी नहीं दी, हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं थी।
अच्छा, दूसरा ये भी कि जो निक्की है वो गोवा जाने वाली थी 10 फरवरी को, उसने फ्लाइट का टिकट भी बुक करा लिया था।
हमें नहीं पता जी कुछ भी।
सर, अब ये जो घटना हो गई है तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
क्राइम ब्रांच ने आपको कल जब फोन किया था तो क्या आपको जानकारी दी थी?
हमारे को यही बोला कि भाई यहाँ बिंदापुर थाने में आ जाओ, मेरे को फोन करके बोला।
अच्छा, फिर
मैं वहाँ गया, वहाँ से मेरे को इधर ले आए अपना मित्राओं में, जहाँ पे उसकी हत्या करी गई है लड़की की।
अच्छा,
वहाँ लाके मेरे को बोला क्या नाम है, एक बार हॉस्पिटल चलना पड़ेगा, एक डेड बॉडी मिली हमें, आप एक बार उसको पहचान लोगे, वो आपकी बेटी तो नहीं है
जी।
फिर मेरे को यहाँ रावतुल्ला राम अस्पताल में लाया गया, यहाँ पे जाफरपुर में
जी।
आज मैंने देखा तो मेरी बेटी की डेड बॉडी थी।
My colleague Himanshu sent us this report earlier. Let's take a look.
क्राइम ब्रांच ने जब इसकी जांच शुरू की, निक्की के फोन की लोकेशन निकाली, डिटेल निकाली, तो सबसे ज्यादा कॉल डिटेल उनकी जब गहलोत के बारे में मिली तो फौरन पुलिस ने गहलोत के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन निकाली और उसके बाद ये पता लगा कि गहलोत की तो 10 फरवरी को शादी थी और 9 और 10 फरवरी की रात से ही मिसिंग है। लड़की, उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने जब सारी लोकेशंस निकाली तो कश्मीरी गेट के आसपास से निकी का फोन स्विच ऑफ था, जहां पर शक है, अंदेशा है कि वहीं पर जो मोबाइल का जो चार्जर होता है उस चार्जर से गला दबाकर उसने हत्या की। फिर उसके बाद ये ढाबा जो देख रही हैं आप, ये मित्राओं विलेज है, बाहरी दिल्ली का ये इलाका है, नजफगढ़ के आगे ये ढाबा है, ये बंद सा इलाका है, ये ऐसा नहीं कि ढाबा वर्किंग है। यहां पर एक फ्रिज में ला करके उसने निकी की लाश को रख दी थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी थी। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि किस तरीके से उसकी आगे प्लानिंग क्या थी, वो बॉडी को कैसे ठिकाने लगाने वाला था, वो किसी की मदद लेने वाला था या फिर खुद ही वो कोई तरीका अपनाता, लाश के टुकड़े करता, उसकी क्या योजना थी, इसके बारे में फिलहाल साहिल से पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है।
Once again, we'll put out that information, that report that Arvind sent us. This is a conversation that he essentially had with the victim's father, Sahil Gehlot. Listen in.
सर, ये आपको कब जानकारी मिली कि निक्की की हत्या कर दी गई है?
कल सुबह मिली जी।
किसने बताया था?
पुलिस वालों को फोन आया था, क्राइम ब्रांच।
अच्छा सर, पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि जो निक्की है, साहिल है, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को 2018 से जानते थे और दोनों ही के परिवार वालों को इसकी जानकारी थी, इस रिलेशनशिप की। तो आप लोगों को
कोई जानकारी नहीं दी, हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं दी।
अच्छा, दूसरा ये भी कि जो निक्की है वो गोवा जाने वाली थी 10 फरवरी को, उसने फ्लाइट का टिकट भी बुक करा लिया था।
हमें नहीं पता जी कुछ भी।
सर, अब ये जो घटना हो गई है तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
क्राइम ब्रांच ने आपको कल जब फोन किया था तो क्या आपको जानकारी दी थी?
हमारे को यही बोला कि भाई यहाँ बिंदापुर थाने में आ जाओ, मेरे को फोन करके बोला।
अच्छा, फिर मैं वहां गया, आके मेरे को इधर ले आए अपना मित्राओं में, जहाँ पे उसकी हत्या करी गई है लड़की की। अच्छा,
वहां लाके मेरे को बोला क्या नाम है, एक बार हॉस्पिटल चलना पड़ेगा, एक डेड बॉडी मिली हमें, आप एक बार उसको पहचान लोगे, वो आपकी बेटी तो नहीं है
जी।
फिर मेरे को यहाँ रावतुल्ला राम अस्पताल में लाया गया, यहाँ पे मुजफ्फरपुर में
जी।
आज मैंने देखा तो मेरी बेटी की डेड बॉडी थी।
Well, this is a typical Shraddha Walkar type of incident. Delhi police has arrested this man for allegedly killing his 22-year-old live-in partner and storing her body in a fridge in a Dhaba in Najafgarh area of New Delhi. Here's what happened.
A murder that shook the nation. A 27-year-old woman allegedly killed by her live-in partner. Her body chopped up, pieces stored in a fridge for months. A Shraddha Walkar type murder is sending chills down the spine again. Police have arrested a 26-year-old man for allegedly killing his girlfriend. According to police, the accused, Sahil Gehlot, strangled Nikki Yadav with a data cable in his car on the intervening night of February 9-10 at Delhi's ISBT. Drove the body to the Najafgarh area and stuffed it into a refrigerator at a dhaba owned by a person he knew.
निक्की यादव की और साहिल की बहस हुई। निक्की यादव चाहती थी कि उनके साथ शादी करे, वो कर नहीं सकता था शादी क्योंकि उसने तो मंगनी कहीं और कर ली थी एक दिन पहले। अगले दिन उनकी शादी 10 तारीख को शाम को कहीं और तय थी, तो वो उस बात को अग्री नहीं कर रहा था और वो नाराज़ थी, तो उसने उसको अपने रास्ते से हटाने के लिए इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया।
The motive behind this murder, the woman's insistence that Sahil Gehlot marry her. He did not. Instead, the man married another woman hours after killing his girlfriend. A tip led the police to the dhaba. Investigators recovered the body from the refrigerator inside.
9 और 10 की रात को ही अंजाम दिया गया है, गाड़ी में ही अंजाम दिया गया है। एग्जैक्टली कौन सी जगह थी, कौन सी स्पॉट थी, वो अभी हम सीसीटीवी वगैरह एनालाइज करेंगे, देखेंगे, चेक करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा।
A grim reminder of vulnerability to ruthless crimes. even in the most unlikely of places like a busy interstate bus terminal in the national capital. With Arvind Oja in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, let's just give you a sense of what really happened. They were moving in a car, both of them, the victim in this case, Nikki, and the accused in this particular car. And then there was an argument that was actually ongoing between both of them. This was regarding marriage and other issues that Nikki had been raising. He then used a mobile phone charger, the wire essentially, the wire cable, to strangulate her. That's what he did. And then he kept the body in the front car of the seat where she had been sitting. As you can see in this particular illustration, and he didn't really move the body. Then he actually drove for 40 kilometers, moved to a dhaba where he dumped her body. This illustration gives a sense of what really happened, and with the ease with which he carried out the crime. Amit continues to be with us. Amit, after all of this played out, that particular day, he then went on to get married the same day. You know, this is what is most shocking in all of this, that the confidence with which he carried out this crime, and he was completely repentless. He actually went on to get married the same day, Amit.
True, Sneha, you know, and that is more shocking. The details that we are getting, which is, this is a developing story in the sense that investigations are being carried on by the Delhi police right now. And more shocking details are coming out since last evening. Now, we know for a matter of fact that after strangulating Nikki Yadav, this particular individual, Gehlot went on to participate in the marriage ceremonies throughout the day and eventually got married in that evening on 10th of February. In fact, the fight between Nikki Yadav and Gehlot had happened over the fact that he is getting married. Remember, as per sources, Delhi police sources, we know for a matter of fact that these two were in a relationship, were also in a live-in relationship in a bit when they were studying in Greater Noida. And after that, what we are learning now is that Nikki Yadav was not aware of the fact that Gehlot was getting married. In fact, on 10th of February, Nikki had plans of traveling to Goa. Had she gone to Goa, probably she might have escaped this unfortunate destiny that happened on the intervening night of 9th and 10th of February. But very shocking, as you are pointing out, Sneha, that not only he committed the murder, he put Nikki's body in a refrigerator in Mitraon village, but also went on to participate in the marriage ceremonies, several rituals of the marriage, and got married to another woman on the night of February 10th. So clearly, more shocking details are coming out. In fact, there's another details that we are sharing with our viewers right now, is that in the car in which he had committed the crime, in which he had strangulated Nikki Yadav, in that particular car itself, he had carried the dead body for nearly 40 kilometers. So this is another shocking details which is coming out, and probably this is, a rerun of the Shraddha murder case, which had shook the nation completely. The details, the gory details of that murder case had shook the nation, and clearly there are striking similarities between the two cases. The latest being the Nikki Yadav murder case, which has happened in the national capital. Back to you, Sneha.
Be with us, Amit. Just coming back to you. In fact, once again, we're listening to what Nikki's father had to tell my colleague Arvind Oja.
सर, ये आपको कब जानकारी मिली कि निक्की की हत्या कर दी गई है?
कल सुबह मिली जी।
किसने बताया था?
पुलिस वालों को फोन आया था, क्राइम ब्रांच।
अच्छा सर, पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि जो निक्की है, साहिल है, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को 2018 से जानते थे और दोनों ही के परिवार वालों को इसकी जानकारी थी, इस रिलेशनशिप की। तो आप लोगों को
कोई जानकारी नहीं थी, हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं थी।
अच्छा, दूसरा ये भी कि जो निक्की है वो गोवा जाने वाली थी 10 फरवरी को, उसने फ्लाइट का टिकट भी बुक करा लिया था।
हमें नहीं पता जी कुछ भी।
सर, अब ये जो घटना हो गई है, तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया, तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
क्राइम ब्रांच ने आपको कल जब फोन किया था, तो क्या आपको जानकारी दी थी?
हमारे को यही बोला कि भाई यहाँ बिंदापुर थाने में आ जाओ, मेरे को फोन करके बोला।
अच्छा, फिर
मैं वहाँ गया। वहाँ से मेरे को इधर ले आए अपना मित्राओं में, जहाँ पे उसकी हत्या करी गई है लड़की की।
अच्छा,
वहाँ लाके मेरे को बोला क्या नाम है, एक बार हॉस्पिटल चलना पड़ेगा, एक डेड बॉडी मिली हमें, आप एक बार उसको पहचान लोगे, वो आपकी बेटी तो नहीं है
जी।
फिर मेरे को यहाँ रावतुल्ला राम अस्पताल में लाया गया, यहाँ पे मुजफ्फरपुर में
जी।
आज मैंने देखा तो मेरी बेटी की डेड बॉडी थी।
Amit also continues to be with us. Amit, given that he dumped the body in a dhaba, give us a sense of the involvement of others also in this crime. What is the police indicating up until now?
Well, Sneha, right now the entire investigation is being carried out by Delhi police. So, as we know that since last evening, many of the details have come out in this particular story, including the aspect as to how, which car was used, how the dead body was located. All these details have already come out. Now, there's a question whether other people were also involved in this horrific crime or not. Whether Sahil Gehlot took help of others in hiding the dead body. How did he land up in the dhaba? The idea of using the refrigerator. Whether someone was also assisting Sahil in covering up the entire crime which had happened on the intervening night of 9th and 10th of February. All these details are awaited. The police is obviously carrying out a detailed investigation into the matter. But so far, what has been tracked down in this particular case is that, after locating the cell phone locations, the police was able to track down the dead body. The car in which this particular crime was committed, that has been now recovered by Delhi police. It's a white Varna car, which we are also showing to our viewers on India Today. The white Varna car with a Goa number is the one in which Nikki Yadav was strangulated, killed and carried for nearly 40 kilometers in search for a safe location as per Sahil Gehlot to dump the body. What we are also given to understand, Sneha, is that in the initial round of investigation, Sahil was not cooperating with the police, and in fact he had tried to mislead the investigators in this particular case. But eventually, the investigators were able to crack down in this particular case and were able to get the very important details as to what was the weapon of while committing the crime, the car which was used in this particular case, where the body was dumped, how the body was dumped. All these details were given out by Sahil Gehlot to the police eventually during the interrogation. But as of now, Sneha, the car has been recovered. It's a Goa number Varna car, white Varna car in which the crime was committed, and now the police will carry out further detailed investigations as to how he convinced Nikki Yadav to come to meet him on 9th and 10th of night. What was the exact triggering point for the fight between the two, from where it got escalated so much so that Sahil decided to murder Nikki Yadav, and whether there were other individuals helping Sahil Gehlot in this particular case in order to hide the dead body, in order to cover up the entire crime. Back to you, Sneha.
All right, in fact, be with us, Amit. I'm just going to come back to you once again. We'll put out this report that was sent by my colleague Himanshu earlier.
क्राइम ब्रांच ने जब इसकी जांच शुरू की, निकी के फोन की लोकेशन निकाली, डिटेल निकाली, तो सबसे ज्यादा कॉल डिटेल उनकी जब गहलोत के बारे में मिली तो फौरन पुलिस ने गहलोत के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन निकाली और उसके बाद ये पता लगा कि गहलोत की तो 10 फरवरी को शादी थी और 9 और 10 फरवरी की रात से ही मिसिंग है लड़की। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने जब सारी लोकेशंस निकाली तो कश्मीरी गेट के आसपास से निकी का फोन स्विच ऑफ था, जहां पर शक है, अंदेशा है कि वहीं पर जो मोबाइल का जो चार्जर होता है उस चार्जर से गला दबाकर उसने हत्या की। फिर उसके बाद ये ढाबा जो देख रही हैं आप, ये मित्राओं विलेज है, बाहरी दिल्ली का ये इलाका है, नजफगढ़ के आगे ये ढाबा है, ये बंद सा इलाका है, ये ऐसा नहीं कि ढाबा वर्किंग है। यहां पर एक फ्रिज में ला करके उसने निकी की लाश को रख दी थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी थी। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि किस तरीके से उसकी आगे प्लानिंग क्या थी, वो बॉडी को कैसे ठिकाने लगाने वाला था, वो किसी की मदद लेने वाला था या फिर खुद ही वो कोई तरीका अपनाता, लाश के टुकड़े करता, उसकी क्या योजना थी, इसके बारे में फिलहाल साहिल से पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है।
Amit continues to be with us. Amit, in fact, the police has to investigate and put this together as to who really helped him. How was this all of it, really planned? And whether this was at all a pre-planned murder or whether this happened in a fit of rage.
True, Sneha, that is an angle which needs to be established in this particular case. Whether the crime has been committed in a fit of rage, or was it a pre-planned conspiracy under which he eliminated Nikki Yadav, so that he can go ahead and carry on with his happy married life, which is, apparent in this case, because the day when he commits a crime, within 24 hours, Sahil Gehlot goes on to participate in several ceremonies of the marriage and eventually get married to somebody else later on 10th of February in the evening. So these are the details that needs to be investigated by Delhi police, which is being investigated as of now. The crime branch is working on the case as well. The car that we were referring about, the white Varna car, was actually recovered by the Delhi police's crime branch. So here you have the case is unfolding. Several horrific details of the case are coming out right now. You have the deceased father saying that he had no clue about the relationship. He had no idea as to whether she was supposed to meet Sahil the day when she was murdered. So all these details are still being investigated by Delhi police, whether there was a conspiracy. Also, there's another angle that, he traveled for 40 kilometers on the streets of Delhi, eventually went ahead and went to Mitraon village. In Mitraon Dhaba, he had dumped the body in the refrigerator. So what was Sahil's plan of action as to whether he was going to, how he was planning to get rid of the body, because the dead body was kept in the refrigerator in a dhaba which was not operational. So whether he had further plans of getting rid of the body, those details are still to come out. Probably it will, the details of these will be out soon, when the Delhi police goes ahead with the investigation and shares those details with the media as well. But clearly it's a rerun of the horrific incident which had happened in the national capital. Shraddha Walker murder case is one case which is being reminded to us every time we talk about the Nikki Yadav's case, because you have striking similarities in this particular case as well. But the bigger challenge right now for Delhi police would be also to ascertain as to how was this...
Undoubtedly a challenge for the Delhi police to piece together all the evidence to build a watertight case against this man, Sahil. I'm going to thank you, Amit, for the moment, for getting us up to speed. With that, we'll continue to get all the details and angles of that big story that we are tracking. For the moment, we're shifting focus to some more news coming in. Shocking murder in Delhi over a minor accident. Man on a bike rams into a bus in Delhi and gets stabbed after a fight. The bus driver started fighting with a man at the accident spot, following which the victim and his brother went to the police station to file a complaint. But some men standing near the station stabbed the man. The man has died on the spot. That was horrific scenes, in fact, on your screen right now, has been caught on CCTV camera.
तो टोटल मिला के 8-9 लड़के थे। 8-9 लड़के थे, तो इसमें से जिसमें 2 लड़के मेरे पे हमला कर रहे थे, वो कह रहे थे कि तू भी था, तो उसने मेरा हाथ पकड़ लिया था। तो मैंने उससे हाथ छुड़ाया, तो जब मैंने देखा मेरे दोस्त के उन्होंने चाकू मार दिया, तो मैंने देखा, तो उसी टाइम मैंने ईंट उठाई। मैंने ईंट उठा के पहले मारी, नहीं लगी, तो दोबारा मैं उठाने की नहीं भागा, तो इतने वो लड़के चाकू मार के उसके भागने लगे थे। तो मैं सीधा उसके पास भागा, उसको मैंने उठाया, सीधा मैं लेके भागने लग गया अपने घर की तरफ, उसके घर की तरफ। हमारे जो है यहाँ पे मोहल्ले में किसी ने हेल्प नहीं करी। जो खड़े थे, जो देख रहे थे ना, हाँ जी लड़का गिर चुका है, तो सब खड़े होके देख रहे थे, तो किसी ने हेल्प करने की कोशिश नहीं करी।
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. We're getting you much more news on the other side.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. Now, Business Today presents the future.
Could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine.
BT produces a cover with an AI avatar of Pichai on its 31st anniversary issue. Visit businesstoday.in/subscribe and subscribe now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
Welcome back. You're watching India's Agenda. A video of a man named Sharat being stopped by police from buying medicine for his 4-year-old son has sparked controversy in Kerala. The reason given by the police was Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan passing by from this area. Sharat has said the police personnel did not allow them to park their vehicle and buy medicine, even when he said it was for his child who was unwell. The police got into an argument with the medical shop owner. According to him, the police threatened to shut his shop down. The State Human Rights Commission has taken suo moto note of this, ordering for a probe, asking the Ernakulam Rural SP to probe the matter and submit a report within 4 weeks. Vijayan's security has been tightened in the backdrop of protests going on in the state against the budget that imposed cess on fuel. Youth Congress workers staged a protest by showing black flags against the Chief Minister.
It's very saddening to see this kind of atmosphere which is prevailing in Kerala, which boasts about equality and communist mindset. And this is what we see, where just because the CM's convoy is passing, a man, a disturbed person, I'm sure he must have been in pain as a parent, where he's on the way to pick up medicine for his ill son, and he's not allowed to do so, and the way he's been spoken to, that's so very evident in the video, the way the police are harassing him and asking him not to move, despite even the shop owner coming and protesting and saying that this child needs the medicine. So what kind of communist mindset these parties are talking about in Kerala? And I'm sure the Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, has a lot to say on this.
Shivi Mole joining us from Thiruvananthapuram right now. Shivi, what really happened there? Should there not be action taken against this police officer for stopping the man from buying medicine for his unwell child? Even when he repeatedly kept on saying, the shop owner also came in and said that this is required.
Well, Sneha, the complainant here, Sharath, has filed a complaint with Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan as well as the State DGP Anil Kant, but no action has come yet is what we are understanding as of now. But yes, the State Human Rights Commission has taken a suo motu case in this issue and asked the Ernakulam Rural SP to file a report within 4 weeks is what we are understanding. Now, in the last few days, a lot of issue has taken place with regards to a lot of difficulty happening to people with Chief Minister's security being tightened after the state has witnessed massive protests across massive protests after the state budget was announced. Now, the state budget was announced on February 3rd, which increased the fuel prices, tax on fuel prices, after which both Congress, BJP and even public had staged a lot of protests across the state. Now, after that, the youth Congress workers, when Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan said that this will not be rolled back, the fuel price increase will not be rolled back, there have been massive protests against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan with the youth Congress workers using the black flag wherever Chief Minister was travelling, and it was after that his security was tightened. And in the last few days, a lot of people went through a lot of difficulty with school students getting late for school. Now, that's another issue that has also come up. Now, in this particular issue, this man here, he was trying to get medicine for his 4-year-old son who was having fever, and that's when the police said, no, you cannot cannot park your vehicle here as CM's convoy will be passing soon. And then he travelled around 1 kilometer to see if he could find medicine. It was a Sunday actually, so he could not find, and he came back and he told the police officer, listen, I have to get the medicine from here itself because I could not find anything nearby. And that's when the police said that no, you cannot do it because CM's vehicle will be passing soon, and he stopped. And that's when the medical store owner also came into the argument and said that you cannot do this because we are doing it's a normal life, we are doing it like how we have been doing it in the last since ever. So
yes,
that's when the policeman here, we can see in the video also, he's arguing with the medical store owner, and he also goes on to say that he also goes on to threaten the medical store owner that if you raise your voice against me, your shop will be shut down.
It's shocking that the child, meanwhile, all this while was inside the car, and the man was only looking for medicine for his child, a 4-year-old child there. Shibi, be with us. We'll put out that video once again from Ernakulam for our viewers. With the assembly elections fast approaching, Karnataka BJP chief Nalin Kumar Katil has stoked a Tipu versus Hanuman controversy now. Katil had recently said that BJP's main poll agenda would be development. In a U-turn that he had done, is now gone back to attacking Tipu Sultan. This time he's asked voters in Kopal to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman or Tipu. Katil urged voters to drive Tipu sympathizers out of Kopal, saying the land was only for Hanuman and Ram devotees. This comes just a day after Tipu Sultan's descendants urged BJP and Congress to keep his name out of politics or face a defamation case.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ? ಸಂಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನ ಬೇಕಾ, ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪುಣ್ಯ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸವಾಲಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಉಳಿಬಾರ್ದು, ರಾಮನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಬೇಕು, ಹನುಮಂತನ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ತಾನೇ? ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇಲ್ಲರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ್ದು.
He is a madman. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
Sagai Raj is getting us more details on that story. Sagai, Nalin Katil is a habitual offender of sorts. He did make a U-turn yesterday, making some claims that this election is going to be about development, but clearly it isn't. Is the Election Commission taking note of what all is being said by Nalin Katil? Because these statements are very, very divisive in nature.
So far, we haven't got any kind of a response from the Election Commission on the same. But if you notice that, as you rightly pointed out, that Nalin Kumar Katil seemed to be an habitual offender, from love jihad to Tipu versus Savarkar, and now Rama Hanuman versus Tipu Sultan. Speaking at Yelburga in one of the public rallies, he went on to criticize, stating that there are Tipu dissidents and you have to get rid of them out of this particular state. And if you have to get rid, you have to vote for BJP. So he is trying to polarize the votes in the name of on communal lines. But how far he will be able to get all those votes in the days to come? On the other side, the Congress has hit out at Nalin Kumar Katil, where DK Shivakumar has called him as insane. And if you notice that this is not the first time they have criticizing Nalin Kumar Katil, but so far the BJP, the central leadership, has also not warned them. Not only him, even yesterday, Higher Education Minister Ashwath Narayan made a similar kind of statement in Mandya while addressing a public gathering, where he went on to say that the fight is between Tipu Sultan and Savarkar, and you have to chase the Tipu Sultan supporters outside Mandya. So the rhetoric is quite clear, the narrative is quite clear for the BJP leaders here in the state of Karnataka, and they are going ahead with the same narrative in the state.
I'm going to thank you, Sagai, for getting us all of those details, Sagai Raj, with that report from Bengaluru on, once again, the kind of controversial statements that have been coming in from the BJP. And this is BJP's in charge in Karnataka, Nalin Katil. With that, it's time for a quick break here. We're getting you much more news on the other side.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
More news coming in, and we're getting you all the details of the CBI now moving court to grill Satyendra Jain after arresting former chartered accountant of K. Kavita, MLC of the BRS. CBI is now going to grill Jain over Liquorgate scam. After the arrest of Buchi Babu, the auditor, chartered accountant of Kavita, CBI moves application in the court now. This is the CBI court to question Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain. He doesn't have a portfolio just yet. Vijay Nair is also going to be questioned, if at all the court allows it, and also Abhishek Boinpalli. Sources say Babu, as the auditor, devised the strategy for allegedly giving out advance payment or kickbacks from South Group to AAP, which the agency wants to confront with Jain, Nair and Boinpalli. Munish Pandey has more details in this case. Munish, give us a sense of the allegations that K. Kavita's chartered accountant is now facing. He's of course been arrested. How was he involved in all of this as per the CBI?
Well, Sneha, remember Buchi Babu, one of the auditors of K. Kavita, daughter of Telangana Chief Minister. He was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and during the questioning, now the Central Bureau of Investigation claims that they have certain evidence regarding which they want to question some of the accused and suspects in the case. Now, the CBI has moved an application before the CBI court seeking permission to question Satyendra Jain, the Delhi minister, who is right now without portfolio, Vijay Nair and Abhishek Boinpalli. Remember, Vijay Nair is one of the prime accused in the case. Abhishek Boinpalli is also connected to K. Kavita. He was arrested earlier by the Central Bureau of Investigation and later by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the CBI sources have told India Today that Buchi Babu, who was arrested by the CBI, had devised a strategy for alleged advance of payment of kickbacks, which was around 30 to 100 crore rupees from the South Group. And the South Group also includes the alleged associates. So this becomes very interesting because remember, earlier the Enforcement Directorate was claiming that there were kickbacks of around 100 crore rupees given through Vijay Nair to certain businessmen and politicians by the South Group. And now CBI moving in application not only to question the suspects and accused in the case, but also Satyendra Jain, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a different money laundering case.
Okay. Munish, I'm going to thank you for getting us up to speed with that. These are the investigations in the Delhi Liquorgate scandal, and Munish is getting us the very latest as far as the CBI moving court to grill Minister Satyendra Jain is concerned. All right, getting you the latest developments from Turkey. Over a week after the deadly quake struck the country, a dog was rescued from rubble in Samandağ, southern Turkey on Tuesday, days after the worst earthquake in the country's modern history. Istanbul mayor has written on social media that the dog owners had perished in the disaster. A 77-year-old man was rescued from the rubble in Nadi Aman on Tuesday. 212 hours after a 7-point earthquake struck Turkey and Syria, rescuers are still pulling survivors from the ground more than a week after the initial quake. Drone footage shot over Turkey showed construction machinery clearing the rubble from buildings that collapsed. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed the 41,000 mark, and many survivors have been left homeless in the near freezing winter temperatures. Rescuers slept near the wreckage of buildings warmed up by blankets and campfire in the southern Turkish city of Antakya. Turkey's urbanization minister Murat Kurum has said some 42,000 buildings had either collapsed or were in urgent need of demolition because of the cracks they had developed across 10 cities. A minute's silence was observed before two Champions League matches in Paris and Milan as a mark of respect for the victims of the earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Players, officials and fans stood in silence before the round of 16 matches between PSG and Bayern Munich in France and AC Milan against Tottenham Hotspur in Italy. Turkish celebrity chef and internet sensation Sridevi, known for his unique style of seasoning steaks, has come forward to help those affected in the earthquake, promising to feed 5,000 victims every single day. Take a look.
Celebrity chef and social media sensation Nusrat Gökçe, known for his unique style of seasoning steaks, has now turned savior for his homeland, Turkey. As the country reels under the aftermath of one of the deadliest earthquakes, Salt Bey, who hails from Pasholo, has come forward to help his fellow countrymen. The famous restaurateur has arranged for a mobile kitchen to go to the disaster zone and pledged to provide food to at least 5,000 earthquake survivors every day. He says this is the most important and meaningful service in the world. While most social media users praised Salt Bey, some thought of his food service to be a publicity stunt. Recently, he hit the headlines for finding his way to the pitch after the FIFA finals, clicking pictures with Argentina players despite their clear annoyance, and holding the World Cup trophy. He was put under investigation by the World Football Body then. But looks like he's now looking for redemption. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, India's middle order batsman Shreyas Iyer cleared by the National Cricket Academy to join squad for second test against Australia in Delhi. We're getting you the complete story in just a bit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people.
With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Welcome back. You're watching India's Agenda. Now, India batter Shreyas Iyer, who was unavailable for the Nagpur test against Australia due to a back injury, has now been declared fit by the NCA. According to details shared by the BCCI, Iyer is going to join the Indian squad in Delhi, where the second test match will take place. Iyer's fitness and his ability to play spin well could mean that Suryakumar Yadav, who made his debut in Iyer's absence, may have to make way for Iyer. The second test starts on the 17th of February, and the two teams will have their first practice session on Wednesday. All right, Hardik Pandya and Natasha Stankovic have renewed their vows in a grand white wedding in Udaipur. The couple had earlier registered their wedding in an intimate ceremony in the year 2020 and had also welcomed their son Agastya the same year.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
Watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories, the headlines in this edition first. Chilling replay of Shraddha murder. Girlfriend killed, body stored in a fridge of a dhaba. Man wed another woman on the same day of murder. Shocking Delhi road rage leads to brutal murder. Man rams bike into a bus. Driver stabs man to death in Delhi's Nangloe. IT searches at BBC for over 24 hours. Tax evasion and violations under probe. Sources say searches may be on for 3 days now. Air India smashes aviation records. India places biggest aircraft order in history. Air India orders 470 airliners from Airbus and Boeing. NIA cracks down on terror in South India with raids across 60 locations in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and 45 in Karnataka. Death toll from Turkey-Syria earthquakes crosses over 41,000. More people have been found alive as rescue efforts continue for over 200 hours. We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news coming in. BBC has issued an advisory for employees. BBC has asked employees to cooperate with the Income Tax Department. BBC says if questioned, answer honestly. This is the advisory that has been issued to the employees of the BBC by the administration. Questions about your personal tax affairs are outside the remit of the investigation unless they relate to payment of your salary or expenses by the BBC, or if you're summoned under section 131(1)(a). If you're asked questions about matters outside these areas, you can ask for these to be provided by way of a formal written request, which will be under section 131(1)(a). Officers may record what you say insofar as what you say is related to the income tax survey. They may describe this as being under oath. This simply means you should tell the truth. The officers have no powers of arrest. You should be provided with breaks and refreshments. If you need to take any medication and have to leave to fulfill caring responsibilities or for health reasons, you should make a request to the investigating team and the inspectors should allow you to leave. It goes without saying that you should not delete or conceal any information on any of your devices. The BBC is cooperating fully with the survey. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details, joining us from right outside the BBC headquarters here in the national capital. Amit, this word of advice has gone out from the administration of the BBC. Are they anticipating the questioning of employees to start by the Income Tax Department, or has that already begun?
Well, Sneha, the action which began yesterday around 11:56 a.m. Continues even today, about 23 hours later. In an hour or so, 1 day of the IT survey at the BBC's India office in the national capital would be completed. So what we are given to understand that when yesterday the IT officials had entered the complex on the 5th and 7th floor, the BBC offices are located right there. There was a confrontation of sorts between the BBC editors and the IT officials over the action that was being carried out. And, the initial confrontation had happened over the fact that the IT department officials insisted on checking every device, every computer in the BBC office, and to which the BBC editors, as per sources, resisted, saying that you cannot look into the editorial content on our computers. If you want to look into the computers, go ahead, check the accounts department computers or the admin department computers. But eventually, these computers were checked as well. So the indication or the point that you are pointing at right now, obviously the BBC would be knowing the fact that if the IT survey is going on right now, there's a possibility that after scanning of the computers and the communication devices and the emails and all the data that are present on the electronic devices at the BBC office, there's a possibility that the accounts department officials, the admin department officials, along with a couple of editors, could be questioned about the details of the data that is being retrieved. So, there's always a possibility of that sort. Possibly the BBC would be also making sure that their employees are ready and are able to cooperate with the action that is being carried out at the BBC India office.
Okay.
There's another detail, Sneha.
Amit Bhardwaj getting us all of those details. We'll of course keep going back to him. The Income Tax Department searches on the BBC offices continues even after nearly 24 hours. Remember, around 12:30 yesterday, we were reporting on the raids or the survey like the IT department is carrying out. From Delhi to Mumbai, income tax sleuths have been conducting searches in the offices of the BBC since Tuesday morning over alleged tax irregularities by the British broadcaster. Sources have told us that the BBC is under the Income Tax Department's radar for allegedly flouting tax laws, mismatch in transfer pricing, diverting significant amounts of profits, evading earlier income tax notices, and for international tax irregularities.
बीबीसी के दिल्ली ऑफिस में इनकम टैक्स का सर्वे लगातार जारी है। पूरी रात इनकम टैक्स की टीम बीबीसी के दफ्तर के खासतौर से अकाउंट ऑफिस में मौजूद थी और उनका सर्वे का काम अभी भी जारी है। मंगलवार की दोपहर 11:20 पर इनकम टैक्स के तकरीबन 15 से 20 अधिकारी यहां पहुंचते हैं। सीधे वो टीम जो है वो पहुंचती है बीबीसी के अकाउंट ऑफिस में और अकाउंट ऑफिस में वहां पर 12 बजे से उनका काम शुरू हो जाता है। इस दौरान एडिटोरियल के भी जो कर्मचारी थे वो मौजूद थे, लेकिन धीरे धीरे एडिटोरियल के जो कर्मचारी थे वो अपने घरों के लिए निकल गए और उसके बाद बीबीसी की तरफ से कहा गया कि उनका पूरा काम जो एडिटोरियल का है वो लगातार चलता रहेगा। उनके कर्मचारियों से कहा गया है कि वो वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें, लेकिन हर एक खबर, हर एक अपडेट उनकी तरफ से की जाती रहेगी। वहीं ये सर्वे पिछले अभी तक की अगर हम बात करें तो 19 घंटे से लगातार जारी है। जो भी दस्तावेज, जो भी कंप्यूटर वहां पे मौजूद है, उन सब की जांच की जा रही है। जो वित्तीय अनियमितता का आरोप लगा था उसको लेकर के ये सर्वे किया जा रहा है और जो जानकारी है, जब ये सर्वे पूरा हो जाएगा तो जो कुछ भी यहां से इनकम टैक्स के अधिकारियों को मिलेगा उसकी एक रिपोर्ट बनाई जाएगी, आला अधिकारियों से उसको शेयर किया जाएगा और अगर किसी तरीके की कोई गड़बड़ी पाई गई तो आगे इस मामले में कानूनन कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Himanshu Mishra getting us all of those details. Now let's get you the inside track of the IT probe. What really has been going on? The accounts and finance department documents have been checked right now. This is what is being looked at. This is sources to India Today. Government sources are telling us. Phones, laptops of the finance department employees have been seized is what we've been given to understand. So any kind of electronic proof is under the radar. tax evasion allegations are being investigated by the Income Tax Department. That's also something that is being looked at. Global transfer pricing is being probed. Now, this was in news for days now about the kind of transfer pricing that BBC has had with companies outside of India. Global tax irregularities under scanner. This is what government sources are telling us. Meanwhile, as expected, politics has raged over the income tax survey at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. The opposition is all guns blazing at the centre. They say the government is trying to muzzle free speech, alleging that the British broadcaster is being hounded for its documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The centre, meanwhile, has hit back, saying that no one, absolutely no one, is above the law. The Congress slamming the centre called the search and seizure by the IT department an undeclared emergency. Condemning the surveys, the opposition took political pot shots at the BJP, calling it brazenly hounding those who speak the truth. Responding to the attacks, Union Minister Anurag Thakur said no one is above the law and that the IT department would share details about the survey soon.
इनकम टैक्स विभाग समय समय पर जहां पर अनियमितताएं पाई जाती हैं वहां पर सर्वेस करता है और जब ये सर्वे का काम पूरा होता है तब वो अपना एक प्रेस नोट या प्रेस ब्रीफिंग करके जानकारी देते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है जब ये इनकम टैक्स विभाग का सर्वे पूरा होगा वो जानकारी पूरी आपको डिटेल में दे देंगे और कोई भी देश में न्याय से ऊपर तो या हमारी जो कानून व्यवस्था है उससे ऊपर तो कोई नहीं हो सकता।
मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि कांग्रेस इसे छापा पड़ी बीबीसी पर तकलीफ हो रही है कांग्रेस पे। वही कांग्रेस है जो मेरे बिहार में कहावत है कि चलनी दूसरे सूप को जिसमें सहस्त्र छेद। ये इमरजेंसी लगा करके पूरे लोकतंत्र को शर्मसार करने का काम किया। ये कौन किसका राज था? बीबीसी पर प्रबंध किसने लगाया था? ये किसका राज था?
अब बीबीसी पे हमला किया है। बीबीसी की क्रेडिबिलिटी एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी है देश में, दुनिया के अंदर एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी है। ये आज भी गाँव के लोग जो है बीबीसी सुनते हैं और ये कहते हैं हाँ बीबीसी में न्यूज आ गई। मैं 40 साल से देख रहा हूँ बीबीसी में रेडियो न्यूज हो चाहे टीवी में आने लग गई, तो आज भी लोगों में उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। कारण बताना चाहिए देशवासियों को भाई आपने बीबीसी की जैसी संस्था को भी आपने टारगेट क्यों बनाया है?
विश्व में पहली बार बीबीसी के 100 साल के इतिहास में उन पर इस प्रकार की कोई छापामारी और रेड हुई है। और उनका कसूर क्या था? उन्होंने एक गुजरात के दंगों की डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई थी जिसमें कि सभी का पक्ष रखा था।
Amit continues to be with us outside the BBC office in Delhi City. Amit, some of the employees were there even overnight at the BBC office, those from the finance department and those from the admin. Tell us what really has happened throughout the course of the day yesterday.
Well, Sneha, you know, yesterday when the action began around 11:56 a.m., around 12 p.m. yesterday, the movement of the BBC employees, be it the admin department employees or the accounts department employees or the editorial staff which were present at the BBC's office in the Delhi bureau, they were not allowed to step out of the office. In fact, what we are given to understand that nearly 100 employees stay in the morning shift and the majority of them are editorial employees, editorial staff of the BBC. They were not allowed to move anywhere outside the office. All the communication devices which they have, they were very strictly told by the IT officials that they cannot have access to these communication devices. Initially, there was an understanding amongst the BBC editors, India editors, that you know, these IT surveys which are being carried out at their premises in the national capital would end by the sunset, because apparently the document that was shared with them and the legal team of the BBC, it read that the IT officials can carry on the IT surveys for 3 days, which is, which was beginning from yesterday. So the BBC's India top officials had an understanding that this survey could end by the sunset, and after that, if at all the IT officials need to carry it out, the survey, they would resume it today in the morning. But that did not happen. The IT officials decided to go ahead with a marathon survey and going through the electronic devices of the BBC, which are present on the 5th and 7th floor of this particular building complex, which is right behind me. So that kept on happening. After that, later in the evening, there was a discussion, a confrontation of sort, and after which an understanding was made between the BBC employees and the IT officials, which we are learning from our sources, is that the employees whose computers were searched clearly, they were allowed to leave the office. We do not have any information whether the new any employee has been allowed inside the office this morning or not.
All right. Amit, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us up to speed with that Amit Bhardwaj with that detailed report. Shifting our focus back to this horrific murder, Shraddha Walker-like murder case that we are tracking. It's haunting the national capital once again. This is Nikki Yadav, a 22-year-old girl. The woman on your screens right now was murdered by her live-in partner Sahil Gehlot. The accused has been arrested by the police. The horrific murder took place on the 10th of February. Shocking details now have come to light. The accused strangled Nikki with a mobile cable in his car. After murdering his partner, he drove for 40 kilometers with the body. After killing her, the accused hid the woman's body in the fridge of a dhaba located on the outskirts of Mitraon, a village. Not just that, the accused also married another girl the very same day. Sahil was arrested on Tuesday after the police found the woman's body inside the fridge at the dhaba. The family of Nikki is demanding death penalty for the accused.
क्राइम ब्रांच ने जब इसकी जांच शुरू की, निकी के फोन की लोकेशन निकाली, डिटेल निकाली, तो सबसे ज्यादा कॉल डिटेल उनकी जब गहलोत के बारे में मिली तो फौरन पुलिस ने गहलोत के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन निकाली और उसके बाद ये पता लगा कि गहलोत की तो 10 फरवरी को शादी थी और 9 और 10 फरवरी की रात से ही मिसिंग है लड़की। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने जब सारी लोकेशंस निकाली तो कश्मीरी गेट के आसपास से निकी का फोन स्विच ऑफ था, जहां पर शक है, अंदेशा है कि वहीं पर जो मोबाइल का जो चार्जर होता है उस चार्जर से गला दबाकर उसने हत्या की। फिर उसके बाद ये ढाबा जो देख रही हैं आप, ये मित्राओं विलेज है, बाहरी दिल्ली का ये इलाका है, नजफगढ़ के आगे ये ढाबा है, ये बंद सा इलाका है, ये ऐसा नहीं कि ढाबा वर्किंग है। यहां पर एक फ्रिज में ला करके उसने निकी की लाश को रख दी थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी थी। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि किस तरीके से उसकी आगे प्लानिंग क्या थी, वो बॉडी को कैसे ठिकाने लगाने वाला था, वो किसी की मदद लेने वाला था या फिर खुद ही वो कोई तरीका अपनाता, लाश के टुकड़े करता, उसकी क्या योजना थी, इसके बारे में फिलहाल साहिल से पुलिस पूछताछ।
We're getting in more details. Mega India Today exclusive. The family was unaware of Nikki-Sahil relationship. Father has exposed Sahil's web of lies. Nikki's father says Sahil misled me on Nikki's whereabouts. Father asked Sahil about Nikki day after the murder. Father says Sahil said Nikki went to the hills, claimed that Nikki left the phone with him. These are details that are emerging after India Today has spoken exclusively to the father of Nikki Yadav. Father Sunil has in fact gone on to give details about Sahil Gehlot misleading him on Nikki's whereabouts. He says he had asked Sahil about Nikki a day after the murder, where Sahil said Nikki had gone to the hills. Sahil claimed Nikki left the phone with him, is what we know. Listening to what the father has told India Today exclusively.
सर, ये आपको कब जानकारी मिली कि निक्की की हत्या कर दी गई है?
कल सुबह मिली जी।
किसने बताया था?
पुलिस वालों को फोन आया था, क्राइम ब्रांच।
अच्छा सर, पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि जो निक्की है, साहिल है, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को 2018 से जानते थे और दोनों ही के परिवार वालों को इसकी जानकारी थी, इस रिलेशनशिप की। तो आप लोगों को
कोई जानकारी नहीं दी, हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं दी।
अच्छा, दूसरा ये भी कि जो निक्की है वो गोवा जाने वाली थी 10 फरवरी को, उसने फ्लाइट का टिकट भी बुक करा लिया था।
हमें नहीं पता जी कुछ भी।
सर अब ये जो घटना हो गई है तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
क्राइम ब्रांच ने आपको कल जब फोन किया था तो क्या आपको जानकारी दी थी?
हमारे को यही बोला कि भाई यहाँ बिंदापुर थाने में आ जाओ, मेरे को फोन करके बोला। फिर मैं वहाँ गया, वहाँ से मेरे को इधर ले आए अपना मित्राओं में, जहाँ पे उसकी हत्या करी गई है लड़की की।
अच्छा।
वहाँ लाके मेरे को बोला क्या नाम है, एक बार हॉस्पिटल चलना पड़ेगा, एक डेड बॉडी मिली हमें, आप एक बार उसको पहचान लोगे, वो आपकी बेटी तो नहीं है
जी।
फिर मेरे को यहाँ रावतुल्ला राम अस्पताल में लाया गया, यहाँ पे जाफरपुर में
जी।
आज मैंने देखा तो मेरी बेटी की डेड बॉडी थी।
Himanshu Mishra is joining us for more details. Himanshu is joining us from the Mitraon village, where in that dhaba, the body was dumped allegedly inside a fridge there. Himanshu, इस समय इन्वेस्टिगेशंस के बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं? क्योंकि ये ढाबा के भीतर एक फ्रिज में एक बॉडी को रखा गया था, इस पे एक कंस्पिरेसी एंगल भी आ जाता है, दूसरे लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट भी हो सकता है। इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन, इस एंगल के बारे में हमें बताइए।
देखिए, इस वक्त हम ढाबे से निकल करके स्नेहा थाने पहुंच गए हैं, क्योंकि थाने में ये देखिए, ये आप जो देख रहे हैं इंडिया टुडे पे, यही वो गाड़ी है जिसमें साहिल गहलोत ने निक्की की हत्या की। और हत्या करने के बाद मैं आपको समझाऊं कि देखिए, आगे खुद वो ड्राइव कर रहा था साहिल, और बगल वाली सीट पर बैठी थी निक्की। हत्या करने के बाद उसने निक्की को अगले ही सीट पर उसकी लाश को रखा था, और उसके बाद तकरीबन 30 से 40 किलोमीटर उसने इसी कार को ड्राइव किया। गोवा का रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर है इस कार का। इस कार को ड्राइव किया और ड्राइव करता हुआ इस कार को लेकर के वो मित्राओं विलेज अपने उस ढाबे पे पहुंचा, जो ढाबा बंद था, लेकिन वहां फ्रिज है, चूंकि उसी का ढाबा था वो वहां पर फ्रिज है, उसकी जानकारी थी। उस बॉडी को उसने छुपा दिया, क्योंकि उसकी जो साजिश थी ये थी कि 9 फरवरी को उसकी सगाई हो गई थी, 10 को उसकी शादी थी। निक्की से उसका इसी बात पे झगड़ा हुआ था, और अभी तक मोटिव यही निकल के आ रहा है कि कत्ल का मोटिव यही है। जिसके बाद उसके पास जो चार्जर कार के अंदर मौजूद था, उस चार्जर के वायर को उसने उठाया, उसी वायर से उसने निक्की का गला दबाया, हत्या की। बॉडी को अगले ही सीट पे, देखिए अभी कुछ कपड़े भी अंदर पड़े हैं, उसी सीट पर उसने हत्या की। और उसके बाद फिर इसी गाड़ी को लेकर वो ढाबे गया, बॉडी को उसने वहां पर ठिकाने लगाई, फ्रिज में रखा, फिर इस कार से वो अपने घर पहुंचा। लेकिन जब क्राइम ब्रांच पीछा करते हुए बॉडी को बरामद किया, तो उसके बाद जब पुलिस ने सीसीटीवी देखा तो इस कार के बारे में पुलिस को पता चला, और फिर इस कार को पुलिस ने साहिल गहलोत के घर से सीज किया। इसके बाद फोरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट की टीम आई, उन्होंने इस गाड़ी की पूरी जांच की। अब जो मेन चीज है जो पुलिस पता लगा रही है यहां पर स्नेहा, वो ये कि कत्ल एग्जैक्टली कब और कहां किया गया, क्योंकि ये अभी तक साफ नहीं है। 9 और 10 की दरमियानी रात कत्ल की वारदात को अंजाम दिया गया, लेकिन कहां पर और कितने बचे ये साफ नहीं है। ये पुलिस पता लगाने की फिलहाल कोशिश कर रही। स्नेहा
रहिए हमारे साथ। Himanshu is getting us all of those details, joining us from the station where the car, as you saw in those pictures, has been parked, where this crime was carried out. The man in question, Sahil, murdered his girlfriend Nikki. What really happened in this case was that Sahil, in fact, was moving with Nikki. They were driving in this car that Himanshu just showed us the pictures of. They had an argument about the wedding of Sahil, and after this argument, he used the cable of the telephone, of the mobile phone charger, to strangulate her. And then he went over to this dhaba, actually drove for 40 kilometers with Nikki's body right in the front seat next to him, and then he went and dumped the body into this dhaba. Now these are pictures. This illustration of course demonstrate how he strangulated her while inside the car, went over to the dhaba, then dumped the body inside a refrigerator in that particular dhaba. हिमांशु continues to be with us. हिमांशु, इस पे दूसरे लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट क्या है, कौन है उसके साथ, क्या ये पहले की कंस्पिरेसी थी, ये पहले से प्री प्लान मर्डर था, इसके बारे में हमें बताइए।
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस इस पूरे इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो चीजें प्रूव करने की या जिन चीजों के लिए एविडेंस जुटाने की कोशिश कर रही है, उसमें सबसे पहली चीज ये है कि कत्ल की जगह और कत्ल का टाइमिंग क्या था। क्योंकि पुलिस के पास अब तक जो बरामद हुई है, कत्ल इस कार के अंदर हुआ और कत्ल किया गया एक वायर से, जो मोबाइल चार्जर होता है, वो पुलिस ने बरामद कर लिया है। इसके बाद ये कार पुलिस ने सीज कर लिया है। इस कार से निकाल करके बॉडी को फ्रिज में रखा गया, वो फ्रिज पुलिस ने बरामद कर लिया है। इन सभी चीजों की फोरेंसिक जांच पुलिस ने ऑलरेडी करवा ली है। अब जो पुलिस को सबसे ज्यादा पता लगाने की जरूरत है वो ये कि क्या कोई पहले से साजिश रची थी। क्योंकि जब 9 तारीख को इसके साहिल का सगाई थी, 10 को उसकी शादी थी, 10 तारीख के टिकट था, 10 को गोवा जाना था निक्की को, तो क्या किसी साजिश के तहत उसने पहले से प्लानिंग करके उसके बाद उसने निक्की को बुलाया, उसके बाद फिर इस गाड़ी में लेके वो उसे घूमता रहा, फिर उसने कत्ल की इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया। ये चीज पुलिस पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है। दूसरी चीज, जब उसने मर्डर की इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया तो फिर वो जब अपने ढाबे पहुंचता है, वहां पे फ्रिज में उसने बॉडी को रखा, तो आगे उसे इस बॉडी को ठिकाने कैसे लगाना था, क्या इसमें वो किसी और की भी मदद लेने वाला था, किस तरीके से वो आगे की उसके को जो प्लान था, वो जो साजिश थी, वो क्या था, ये पुलिस पता लगाने की कोशिश उसे लगातार कर रही है। स्नेहा,
बने रहिए हिमांशु हमारे साथ. In fact, we're getting you all the details of what really happened in this horrific crime that we're reporting on. This is a Shraddha Walker type murder, this incident, where Delhi police has arrested this man, Sahil Gehlot, for allegedly killing his 22-year-old live-in partner and storing a body in a fridge in a Dhaba in Najafgarh area of New Delhi. Here's more.
A murder that shook the nation. A 27-year-old woman allegedly killed by her live-in partner. Her body chopped up, pieces stored in a fridge for months. A Shraddha Walker type murder is sending chills down the spine again. Police have arrested a 26-year-old man for allegedly killing his girlfriend. According to police, the accused, Sahil Gehlot, strangled Nikki Yadav with a data cable in his car on the intervening night of February 9-10 at Delhi's ISBT. Drove the body to the Najafgarh area and stuffed it into a refrigerator at a dhaba owned by a person he knew.
निक्की यादव की और साहिल की बहस हुई. निक्की यादव चाहती थी कि उनके साथ शादी करे. वो कर नहीं सकता था शादी, क्योंकि उसने तो मंगनी कहीं और कर ली थी एक दिन पहले. अगले दिन उनकी शादी 10 तारीख को शाम को कहीं और तय थी. तो वो उस बात को अग्री नहीं कर रहा था और वो नाराज़ थी, तो उसने उसको अपने रास्ते से हटाने के लिए इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया.
The motive behind this murder, the woman's insistence that Sahil Gehlot marry her. He did not. Instead, the man married another woman hours after killing his girlfriend. A tip led the police to the dhaba. Investigators recovered the body from the refrigerator inside.
9-10 की रात को ही अंजाम दिया गया है. गाड़ी में ही अंजाम दिया गया है. एग्जैक्टली कौन सी जगह थी, कौन सी स्पॉट थी, वो अभी हम सीसीटीवी वगैरह एनालाइज करेंगे, देखेंगे, चेक करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा.
A grim reminder of vulnerability to ruthless crimes, even in the most unlikely of places like a busy interstate bus terminal in the national capital. With Arvind Oja in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
That continues to be a top focus story right here. For the moment, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, it's a mega week for Indian aviation. Air India breaks aviation records, orders 250 aircraft from Airbus. World's biggest aviation deal has been signed. We're telling you more in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100. With Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai.
It's a new fad in India. Chai shops listing the owner's educational qualifications. Meet engineer chaiwala from Uttarakhand's Haldwani. Pankaj Pandya, a 28-year-old diploma holder in mechanical engineering, is a hit in the town.
मैंने मैकेनिकल से पॉलिटेक्निक किया हुआ है गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक गरूर से, तो उसके साथ साथ मैं अपनी जेई के लिए तैयारी भी करता रहता हूँ, जूनियर इंजीनियर के एग्जाम्स के लिए। और जो मेरा मेन जो विजन है वो इसी को आगे लेके जाना है, इंजीनियर चाय वाले को।
Pandya used to work at a call center in Noida earlier. While he is proud to run a tea shop, he is also attempting to clear entrance exams for further education.
अपकमिंग जो भी जेई के एग्जाम्स होंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मैकेनिकल के लिए, उनकी तैयारी कर रहा हूँ। और लेकिन मैकेनिकल की तो वैसे वैकेंसी निकलना बहुत कम हो चुका है, कई सारे डिपार्टमेंट तो बिल्कुल ख़त्म ही कर दी है वैकेंसी, लेकिन फिर भी एक उम्मीद है।
Pandya's chai is popular among locals and tourists alike.
कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है, अच्छा कर रखा है उनने, यहाँ पे चाय की दुकान खोल रखी है और बहुत बढ़िया चाय अच्छी लग रही है, टेस्ट बहुत बढ़िया।
बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर आजकल, इसलिए भैया ने अपना खोल लगा छोटा मोटा काम, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है यहाँ पर इनका। रेगुलर लगाते हैं सर, सुबह 4 से 9 बजे तक लगाते हैं।
Pankaj Pandya opens his tea stall every evening for 2 hours. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Air India seals record order for almost 500 Airbus Boeing jets in a whopping multi-billion-dollar deal, making it the largest shopping event in commercial aviation history in the whole world. More on this report.
$250 Airbus aircraft, 220 Boeing planes. Air India's multi-billion-dollar deal is the biggest ever aviation deal in the world. The Tata Group on Tuesday announced a massive order for 250 aircraft from Airbus. It includes 140 A320, 70 A321neo, 40 AN350. The mega deal was announced in a video conference with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, French President Emmanuel Macron and Ratan Tata.
2.5 बिलियन यूरो के निवेश से बन रहे इस प्रोजेक्ट में भी टाटा और एयरबस की साझेदारी है। मुझे ये जानकर भी खुशी है कि फ्रेंच कंपनी साफरान विमानों के इंजन की सर्विस के लिए भारत में सबसे बड़ी MRO फैसिलिटी स्थापित कर रही है।
Is that Airbus is contributing to the outstanding development of India, and the new 250 aircrafts which will be delivered to Air India will be one more step in this direction. There is a deep commitment in France to provide the state-of-the-art, the most efficient technologies available to India, and to be part of your Made in India strategy.
250 aircrafts, 40 of them on the wide body A350, which we will use to fly all ultra-long distance across the globe.
As part of its historic expansion, Air India is also purchasing 220 planes from Boeing. It includes 190 737 MAX, 20 of the 787 Dreamliners, and 10 mini jumbo 777X. Soon after the deal was announced, Prime Minister Modi dialed US President Joe Biden. The leaders welcomed the landmark agreement between Air India and Boeing, a shining example of mutually beneficial cooperation. Tata Sons, India's oldest and largest conglomerate, regained ownership of the debt-laden Air India last year and is now seeking to reinvent itself by expanding its operations and modernizing its fleet. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. Much more news in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
You are watching India Today.
Well, with the assembly elections fast approaching, Karnataka BJP chief Nalin Kumar Kautil has stoked a Tipu Sultan versus Hanuman controversy. Kautil, who had recently reiterated that the BJP's main poll agenda would be development, has now gone back to attacking Tipu Sultan. This time he asked voters in Kopal to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan, urging voters to drive Tipu sympathizers out of Kopal, saying the land was only for Hanuman and Ram devotees. This comes just a day after Tipu Sultan's descendants urged the BJP and the Congress to keep his name out of politics or face a defamation case.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಸಂಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನ ಬೇಕಾ, ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪುಣ್ಯ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸವಾಲಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಉಳಿಬಾರ್ದು, ರಾಮನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಬೇಕು, ಹನುಮಂತನ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ತಾನೇ? ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ.
He is a mad man. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
Anaga is getting us more details on that story. Anaga, in fact, Nalin Katil has gone back to what he does the best, is breaking the issue of Tipu Sultan just ahead of elections. After saying that let's now focus on development, he's back to drawing these comparisons, saying that the people of Kopal will only stay in Kopal if they are Hanuman or Ram worshippers.
That's right, Sneha. Remember, just yesterday, Tipu's family came out very strongly requesting politicians to stop using their ancestors' names for political points. They even went ahead and said that they'll be filing a defamation suit if they continue using it. And despite that, still we are hearing mumbles and rumbles of, of all these politicians continuously using Tipu's name. And again, Nalin Kumar Katil as well as Ashok Narayan, they have used Tipu's name again. Nalin Kumar Katil has said that unless you are a Hanuman devotee or a Ram devotee or a Savarkar devotee, you cannot stay here. You have to, if you are a Tipu believer, then you have no right to be here. Again, these comments are very, very, very divisive in nature, Neha, and it is just distasteful and it just looks like communal politics and religious tensions are engulfing the state of Karnataka at this point.
Anaga, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us up to speed with that. Anaga getting us the very latest from Karnataka, the state that is poll bound, seeing all kinds of divisive statements coming in, even after Tipu Sultan's family raised objections to what is being said by our netas. Let's shift focus now to Kerala, where a video of a man named Sharad being stopped by police from buying medicine for his 4-year-old son has sparked a huge controversy. The reason given by police was that the chief minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, was passing by. Sharad has alleged the police personnel did not allow them to park their vehicle and buy medicine even when they said it was for a child who was unwell. The police also got into an argument with the medical shop owner. According to him, the police threatened to shut his shop down. Kerala State Human Rights Commission has taken suo motu cognizance of this case, ordering a probe, asking the Ernakulam Rural SP to probe the matter and submit a report within 4 weeks. Vijayan's security has been tightened in the backdrop of protests going on in the state against the budget that imposed a cess on fuel. Youth Congress workers staged by a protest by showing black flags against the CM.
മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി പോകുന്ന വഴിയിൽ ഒരാളെ കാണാൻ പാടില്ല. വിജനമായിരിക്കണം, പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ കടകളുടെ ഷട്ടർ ഇടിപ്പിക്കും. ഒരു വണ്ടി വഴിയിൽ പാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. നേരത്തെ 2-3 മാസം മുമ്പ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഒരു അസുഖം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കറുപ്പ് കണ്ടാ പേടിയായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു പണി ചെയ്യും, നിങ്ങൾ ക്ലിഫ് ഹൗസിൽ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കും, പിന്നെ സെക്രട്ടേറിയറ്റിൽ ഇരിക്കും, ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഫയലുള്ള ക്ലിഫ് ഹൗസിലേക്ക് വിളിപ്പിക്കും. നിങ്ങൾ റോഡിൽ ഇറങ്ങിയാൽ ജനങ്ങളെ ബന്ദിയാക്കും എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്തൊരു വെല്ലുവിളിയാണ്.
It's very saddening to see this kind of atmosphere which is prevailing in Kerala, which boasts about equality and communist mindset. And this is what we see, where just because the CM's convoy is passing, a man, a disturbed person, I'm sure he must have been in pain as a parent, where he's on the way to pick up medicine for his ill son,
and he's not allowed to do so. And the way he's been spoken to, that's so very evident in the video, the way the police are harassing him and asking him not to move, despite even the shop owner coming and protesting and saying that this child needs the medicine. So what kind of communist mindset these parties are talking about in Kerala? And I'm sure the Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, has a lot to say on this.
Well, this video since has gone viral, and an answer has been sought from the police in charge, from the SP of Ernakulam essentially, asking why was this man stopped from buying medicines for his unwell child. Shivi, all this while this argument was going on, the pictures of which we put out for our viewers, the unwell child was inside the car when the man, his father, went on a hunt to look for the medicines that he required to treat his unwell child. Shibi? Okay, we'll connect with Shibi Mole in a second from now. We're getting you all the details of high-handedness and a VVIP shocker from Ernakulam in Kerala. Shibi Mole is with us from Thiruvananthapuram. Shibi, the child was inside the car when this argument was taking place. What is the police saying about what really happened there, at least from your sources, what you're picking up?
Well, Sneha, absolutely. From what we're understanding, the victim here, Sharath, he was returning from the Cochin airport after dropping his wife at the airport, and he was returning with his child who was having fever, and that's when he decided he was trying to get medicine for the child, and the police vehicle stopped, and the police officer stopped him on the way and said that you cannot park your vehicle here outside the medical store because CM's convoy will be passing by soon. And then he actually traveled 1 more kilometer, like you were mentioning, and since he could not find it, and his 4-year-old son was really sick, he came back and requested the police officers to allow him to get the medicine and leave from there. But the police officers did not, in fact, allow him to do that, and that's when the argument broke out. He, in fact, requested, and now he has filed a complaint with Chief Minister as well as the DGP, demanding an action, demanding an investigation into this incident. But as of now, he has not got a reply, is what we're understanding. The police has also not given a formal response to the issue, but the State Human Rights Commission has taken cognizance of the matter and asked the Ernakulam Rural SP to file a report, investigate the issue and file a report as to what happened exactly. Why did the policeman behave like this with a common man, and submit a report within 4 weeks is what the State Human Rights Commission has asked the Ernakulam Rural SP. Now, it has also turned out into a political issue because since the last few weeks, we were seeing a lot of protests across the state regarding the budget issue. Now, both the Congress and the BJP have said that we condemn this act. This is not...
All of those details, I want to thank you for the moment, telling us about what really happened there. A probe has been launched in 4 weeks. The police is to answer as to what really happened there. With that report, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, Turkey chef Sahil Gehlot has come to aid earthquake survivors, promising to feed 5,000 people every single day in Turkey.
You are watching India Today.
all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
You are watching India Today.
In the latest developments from Turkey, over a week after the deadly quake struck the country, a dog was rescued from rubble in Samanadağ, southern Turkey, on Tuesday, 8 days after the worst quake in the country's modern history. Istanbul mayor wrote on social media that the dog owners had perished in the disaster. A 77-year-old man was rescued from the rubble in Adıyaman on Tuesday, 212 hours after the 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Rescues are still pulling survivors from the ground more than a week after the first earthquake. Drone footage shot over Turkey's Kahramanmaraş has showed construction machinery clearing rubble from buildings that collapsed. The combined death toll in the country and neighboring Syria has topped 41,000 and counting. Many survivors have been left homeless. Rescue slept near the wreckage of buildings warmed up by blankets and campfire in southern Turkish city of Antakya. Turkey's urbanization minister has said that 42,000 buildings had either collapsed or were in urgent need of demolition. A minute's silence was observed before two Champions League matches in Paris and Milan as a mark of respect for the victims of the earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Players, officials and fans stood in silence before the round of 16 matches between PSG and Bayern Munich in France and AC Milan against Tottenham Hotspur in Italy. That brings us to the end of this edition. We're leaving you with this report of Turkish celebrity chef and internet sensation Salt Bey, known for his unique style of seasoning steaks, who's come forward to help those affected in the earthquake, promising to feed 5,000 victims every single day.
Celebrity chef and social media sensation Nusrat Gökçe, known for his unique style of seasoning steaks, has now turned savior for his homeland, Turkey. As the country reels under the aftermath of one of the deadliest earthquakes, Salt Bey, who hails from Pasali, has come forward to help his fellow countrymen. The famous restaurateur has arranged for a mobile kitchen to go to the disaster zone and pledged to provide food to at least 5,000 earthquake survivors every day. He says this is the most important and meaningful service in the world. While most social media users praised Salt Bey, some thought of his food service to be a publicity stunt. Recently, he hit the headlines for finding his way to the pitch after the FIFA finals, clicking pictures with the Argentinian players despite their clear annoyance and holding the World Cup trophy. He was put under investigation by the World Football Body then. But looks like he's now looking for redemption. Bureau Report, India Today.
watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from ground zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
So sorry.
बाबू सोना मैं ना चाहूं, मैं तो चाहूं दर्शन तेरा, तू जो तू दे प्यार से मेरी सेहत बन जाए, आजा गैया बाहों में वैलेंटाइन को न मनाऊं, मैं तेरे प्यार को ही पाऊं, गैया गैया। हे मैया मुझको तू इतना हक दे, तेरी सेवा करूं ये अनुभव अलग दे, वैलेंटाइन तेरे चरणों पर अर्पित है, बस एक बार तू मुझको हक दे। I love you भैया, मोरी मैया।
Very hungry. No toilet, no shower.
No food, no water, nowhere to stay, and loved ones gone. This is the story of Hatay.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping.
With cameraman Kripal Singh in Hatay, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Watching Lunch Break, I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines, the top stories in this edition first. Chilling replay of Shraddha Walker murder. Girlfriend killed, body stored in a fridge of a dhaba. Man weds another woman on the day of the murder. IT searches at BBC for over 24 hours now. Tax evasion and violations under probe. Sources say searches may be on for 3 days. War over revered Shiva shrine. Assam government had claims 6 Jyotirlinga in Kamrup. Uddhav Sena claims 6th Jyotirlinga in Pune. Says first projects, now gods are taken away. Man stopped from buying medicine for ailing son in Ernakulam as Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's convoy was passing by. NIA cracks down on terror in South India with raids across 60 locations in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and 45 locations in Karnataka. Death toll from Turkey-Syria earthquakes crosses over 41,000. More people found alive as rescue efforts continue for over 200 hours. Some news just coming in. Let's go straight to this massive communal flare-up in Jharkhand. Ruckus has broken out over construction of a gate. Stone pelting, street clashes erupt. Over 100 security personnel have been deployed. Palamu, stone pelting after a dispute between two parties in Panki. Information about arson by miscreants. There has been a dispute regarding the construction of archway. Panki police station engaged in convincing the people. More than 100 soldiers deployed to control the situation is what we are learning. Rohit Singh has more details on that story. Rohit, what really happened there? Break this down for us. And how is the situation right now?
Well, the situation in the Paki area of Jharkhand is tense after the two groups clashed over the construction of a gate on the occasion of Mahashivratri. Because, you know, on 18th of February, Mahashivratri is going to be celebrated, and a particular community which celebrates this festival was building welcome gates at various places and in front of a mosque also, and that is when the people from the Muslim community, they objected to it, and which led to a violent scuffle taking place between the two communities, and stone pelting also took place between both the sides, and later the police also had to reach the spot to control the situation. Though we have spoken to the SP of that district, and he says that the situation right now has been brought under control, but the situation continues to remain tense, and the police officials have also said that the Hindu community did not have the permission to build the welcome gate near the mosque, but despite that they were doing so, and that infuriated the other community, and that is why violent clashes have taken place in Paki area between the two communities, after which there has been tension prevailing in the area, but the police is now camping in that entire area to control the situation.
In this case, given that on our cameras and on our screens we have these people who have been involved in arson, as we can see. Rohit, I was asking you about the detentions in this case.
Well, the police is manning this entire area. Heavy police deployment has been put in place, and also Section 144 has been imposed in this entire region to ensure that no further violence takes place. But today morning, the manner in which violent clashes have taken place between the two communities is extremely serious, because massive stone pelting has taken place between the two communities and several people have been injured. The police personnel who had reached the spot to control the situation, they have also been injured, and therefore heavy police deployment has been put in place. The police is trying to identify all those people who were involved in this clashes that have taken place between the two communities, and based on the CCTV footage and also the video that is available, they will be taking action and apprehending people who are involved behind this entire vandalism that has taken place and also the violent clashes. But the situation in Paki at the moment is tense, and Section 144 has been imposed in the area to restore normalcy.
100 personnel have been deployed to bring the situation under control, speaking volumes of how, Rohit, things went completely out of hand.
Well, absolutely. You see, heavy police deployment has been put in place because this is a very sensitive area, also a Naxal-prone area, Paki, regarding what we are talking in Palamu. And early morning today, when the Hindu community were building welcome gates at various places in that area on the occasion of Mahashivratri, and one of the welcome gates was being constructed just in front of a mosque. And that is when the other community objected to it. And that led to the entire violence that has taken place. And for almost an hour, the entire region turned into a literally battlefield. And both the people from both the communities, they were attacking each other, pelting stones at each other, resorting to, and the police had to reach the spot on time to resort to a lathi charge and control the situation. So as of now, there is tension which is simmering in the area, but heavy and very heavy police deployment has been put in place, and also Section 144 has been imposed to ensure that no untoward incident happens from here on.
No untoward incident happens from here on, but we have these pictures that we put out for our viewers of arson and of vandalism, and there are tensions, in fact, in this particular region. What is the government also now saying, and how is the government looking at this?
Well, this case has now turned in very communal. You can see two communities being involved in this case, and the state government is also trying to ensure that this entire controversy doesn't flare up so much that it can't be brought under control. And that is why we are seeing that the police personnel in Palamu district, where this incident has happened, have been sent to the spot. Several police personnel from the neighboring police stations have also rushed to the spot, and more than 100 police personnel right now have been deputed, and they are camping in Paki area of Palamu district, where this communal tension has happened, and Section 144 has also been imposed. So the state government is trying to take up all measures to ensure that this entire tension which is simmering in that area, it doesn't flare up and no more further violence takes place in the area.
All right, I'm going to thank you for the moment. Rohit is getting us all of those details of tensions prevailing in this area in Jharkhand. Another Shraddha-like murder case is haunting the national capital. Nikki Yadav, a 22-year-old girl, was murdered by her live-in partner Sahil Gehlot. The accused has been arrested by the police. The horrific murder took place on the 10th of February. Shocking details have now come to light, where the accused strangled Nikki with a mobile cable in his car. After murdering his partner, he drove for 40 kilometers with the body. After killing her, the accused hid the woman's body in the fridge of a Dhaba located on the outskirts of Mitraon village. Not just that, he actually married another girl the same day. Sahil was arrested on Tuesday after the police found the woman's body inside the fridge of the Dhaba. The family of Nikki is demanding the death penalty now for the accused. India Today also had a conversation with Nikki's father, who made explosive claims.
कि क्या आप ये अपनी बच्ची को तलाशते हुए साहिल के घर तक भी पहुंच गए थे?
नहीं जी, बिल्कुल नहीं।
मतलब साहिल के घर नहीं पहुंचे थे?
घर नहीं पहुंचे, खाली उसके मेरी छोटी बेटी ने कहीं से उसका नंबर अरेंज करा, साहिल का भी, उसके पिताजी का भी, अपने यार दोस्तों से, उसके यार दोस्तों से, तभी मैंने खाली फोन पे बात हुई। मेरे को उसका घर का भी नहीं पता कहाँ है उसका घर।
अच्छा, तो किससे बात हुई थी आपकी?
मेरी उसकी साहिल से भी बात हुई थी फोन पे और उसके पिताजी से भी बात हुई थी।
तो 10 तारीख के बाद बात हुई थी साहिल से?
हाँ जी।
तो क्या बोला था उसने जब पूछा अपनी बेटी के बारे में?
मैंने बोला जी मेरी बेटी कहाँ है, तो उसने बोला कि आपकी बेटी तो घूमने गई है। मैं कहाँ घूमने गई? कह रहा वो अपने दोस्तों के साथ देहरादून मंसूरी घूमने गई है। मैंने उसका फोन कहा है, कह रहा उसका फोन, वो फोन मेरे पास छोड़ दी। मैं क्यों तुम्हारे पास फोन कैसे छोड़ दी? कह रहा बस वो ऐसे ही छोड़ दी कि मैं फोन नहीं ले जाऊंगी, ऐसे जाऊँ।
क्या आपकी जो बेटी निक्की, उसका फोन ऑन था?
नहीं जी,
फोन ऑफ था।
हाँ जी, फोन ऑफ है, फोन उसी के पास है। उसने तो बोल रखा कि फोन मेरे पास है।
किसको बोल रखा था साहिल ने कि फोन मेरे पास है?
मेरे को बोला।
अच्छा।
हाँ, मैंने साहिल को फोन किया तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि फोन मेरे पास है।
तो आपने पुलिस से कांटेक्ट किया था, किसी भी पुलिस से?
मैंने किसी से पुलिस से इसलिए कांटेक्ट नहीं किया। उसने बोला कि वो 2 दिन के लिए घूमने गई है और वो भी बहुत सी चली गई है और संडे को शाम तक आ जाएंगी। मैं सैटरडे संडे दोनों दिन से लगातार बात करता रहा। मैं निकी आई, कर अभी नहीं आई। मैं खुद ढूंढने जा रहा हूँ उसको, मेरी बुआ का लड़का ढूंढने जा रहा है, ऐसे मेरे को गोली देते रहे। फिर मैंने जाके इसके पिताजी को फोन किया। इसके पिताजी ने फिर इसको कल मतलब मंडे को खुद ही शाम को पुलिस में पकड़ा दिया।
किसके पिता ने?
साहिल के पिता ने।
अच्छा, मतलब आपने पुलिस से कांटेक्ट नहीं किया था?
इसके पिता ने खुद ही उसको वहां पर पकड़ा दिया और कल मेरे को सुबह पता लगा, पुलिस वालों का फोन आया मेरे पास कि तुम्हारी लड़की तो एक्सपायर हो चुकी है और इस ऐसे लड़के ने एक्सपायर कर दी और इसको हमने पकड़ा हुआ है, आ जाओ आप यहाँ पे।
I tell you what really happened in this case. Nikki was murdered in a car and later her body was dumped in a fridge in a dhaba. Here are the ground reports from the spot.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं बाबा हरिदास नगर पुलिस स्टेशन में और ये जो गाड़ी आप सफेद रंग की देख रहे हैं यही वो वरना कार है जो साहिल गहलोत की है। ये गोवा का रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर है, आप देखिए। इसी गाड़ी में वो रात में घूम रहा था 9 और 10 की रात और उसके बाद उसने कॉल करके निक्की यादव को बुलाया। निक्की यादव जब पहुंचती है तो इसी गाड़ी में दोनों दिल्ली की सड़कों पर घूमते रहते हैं। 9 तारीख को इसकी सगाई हो गई थी साहिल गहलोत की, लेकिन 10 को शादी थी। जब ये जानकारी निक्की को लगी तो निक्की और साहिल के बीच झगड़ा शुरू हो गया और निक्की लगातार दबाव बना रही थी। अब पुलिस को यह कहना है कि इसी दौरान जब झगड़ा हुआ तो गाड़ी के अंदर ही जो मोबाइल का चार्जर होता है उसके तार से गला दबा करके हत्या कर दी और उसके बाद आगे वाली सीट पे आप देखिए, जो आगे वाली आप सीट देख रहे हैं जहां पर आपको इस वक्त कुछ कपड़े नजर आएंगे, इसी सीट पर निक्की की लाश को लेकर के वो दिल्ली की सड़क पर घूमता रहा और काफी दूर तक घूमने के बाद वो मित्राओं गांव अपने उस ढाबे पे पहुंचा जो ढाबा पिछले काफी वक्त से बंद था। वहां पर वो इस गाड़ी को लेकर के पहुंचा और जो फ्रिज था उसके ढाबे में, क्योंकि उसे पता था कि वहां पर उसने जो फ्रिज रखा है उस फ्रिज में उसने ले जा करके बॉडी को छिपा दिया और फिर 10 तारीख की अपनी शादी की तैयारियों में जुट गया, शादी की। लेकिन इसकी जानकारी पुलिस को लग गई और क्राइम ब्रांच को जब जानकारी लगी तो क्राइम ब्रांच ने टेक्निकल सर्विलांस के जरिए दोनों की लोकेशन को एस्टेब्लिश किया। उसके बाद पुलिस साहिल तक पहुंची और साहिल को लेकर के उसके ढाबे पर पहुंची। फिर पुलिस ने इस कार को सीज किया। फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट के जरिए इस कार की जांच कराई जा चुकी है। फ्रिज को पुलिस ने सीज कर लिया है और इस पूरे मामले में फिलहाल आगे की कार्रवाई जारी है। लेकिन ये कार इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में एक अहम सबूत है। क्राइम ब्रांच ने जब इसकी जांच शुरू की, निक्की के फोन की लोकेशन निकाली, डिटेल निकाली, तो सबसे ज्यादा कॉल डिटेल उनकी जब गहलोत के बारे में मिली तो फौरन पुलिस ने गहलोत के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन निकाली और उसके बाद ये पता लगा कि गहलोत की तो 10 फरवरी को शादी थी और 9 और 10 फरवरी की रात से ही मिसिंग है लड़की। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने जब सारी लोकेशंस निकाली तो कश्मीरी गेट के आसपास से निकी का फोन स्विच ऑफ था, जहां पर शक है, अंदेशा है कि वहीं पर जो मोबाइल का जो चार्जर होता है उस चार्जर से गला दबाकर उसने हत्या की। फिर उसके बाद ये ढाबा जो देख रही हैं आप, ये मित्राओं विलेज है, बाहरी दिल्ली का ये इलाका है, नजफगढ़ के आगे ये ढाबा है। ये बंद सा इलाका है, ये ऐसा नहीं कि ये ढाबा वर्किंग है। यहां पर एक फ्रिज में ला करके उसने निकी की लाश को रख दी थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी थी। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि किस तरीके से उसकी आगे प्लानिंग क्या थी, वो बॉडी को कैसे ठिकाने लगाने वाला था, वो किसी की मदद लेने वाला था या फिर खुद ही वो कोई तरीका अपनाता, लाश के टुकड़े करता है, उसकी क्या योजना थी, इसके बारे में फिलहाल साहिल से पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है।
Amit Bharadwaj is getting us the very latest on that big story that we are tracking. Amit, give us a sense of what the police is looking at in terms of this being a pre-planned murder, a conspiracy. Also, the manner in which the body was discarded or hidden rather in the fridge in that dhaba. Who all could be involved in this?
Right, Sneha, you know, there are two very important angles that the Delhi police is investigating right now. You know, number one being that whether this was a pre-planned conspiracy, murder conspiracy to murder Nikki, or did it happen in fit of rage? You know, we know so far through our sources in Delhi police that Sahil and Nikki had met in the intervening night of 9th and 10th of February. That's when the fight between the two started in the Varna car that we were showing to our viewers. And in this particular car itself, he used a data cable to kill Nikki. Now, the question is whether this was a pre-planned murder or was it a crime committed in fit of rage, because there's another angle to it, Sneha, that it was Sahil who had asked Nikki to come for a detour of sorts on 9th of February, in the evening of 9th of February, and that's when Nikki had joined Sahil. In fact, Nikki had for the plans for 10th of February, she was supposed to go for a Goa trip. The tickets were booked, but that particular plan was cancelled because she got to know about the marriage plans of Sahil Gehlot. So clearly this first angle needs to be investigated. The Delhi police is investigating that angle, that whether this was a pre-planned conspiracy or a crime committed in fit of rage. The another angle that you are rightly pointing at, Sneha, that whether other people have assisted Sahil Gehlot in this horrific crime or not. Because apparently he murders Nikki Yadav in the white Varna car, keeps on traveling in Delhi, 40 kilometers in Delhi, with the dead body in the car, and after that he dumps the body in a deep refrigerator at the Mitraon Dhaba, which is not a functional Dhaba in the Mitraon village, and he goes ahead with the planning of his marriage, participates in the ceremonies of the marriage, and eventually gets married to another woman in the evening of 10th of February. So clearly, whether other people have assisted Sahil in this particular case or not, that is something which is being investigated by Delhi police. And also, what was his plan of action from here? Because clearly he had not gotten rid of the dead body. This was a, if you look at the sequence of events, probably this was a temporary arrangement which might have been sought out by Sahil or planned by Sahil in this particular case. But what was his further course of action, how he was planning to get rid of the body, all those details are being investigated by Delhi police right now. And they're also trying to build a watertight case in this particular murder case with, collecting all the evidences. The car has been collected, mobile phone has been located. Now other evidences will be collected by police.
Pictures of that car where this, allegedly where this murder, this crime was committed. I'm going to thank you, Amit, for getting us up to speed with that. And we're getting a detailed report for our viewers now. This is a Shraddha Walkar type incident where the police has now arrested the man, Sahil Gehlot, for killing his 22-year-old live-in partner and storing a body in a fridge in a dhaba in Najafgarh area of New Delhi. Here's more.
A murder that shook the nation. A 27-year-old woman allegedly killed by her live-in partner. Her body chopped up, pieces stored in a fridge for months. A Shraddha Walkar type murder is sending chills down the spine again. Police have arrested a 26-year-old man for allegedly killing his girlfriend. According to police, the accused, Sahil Gehlot, strangled Nikki Yadav with a data cable in his car on the intervening night of February 9-10 at Delhi's ISBT. Drove the body to the Najafgarh area and stuffed it into a refrigerator at a dhaba owned by a person he knew.
निक्की यादव की और साहिल की बहस हुई। निक्की यादव चाहती थी कि उनके साथ शादी करे। वो कर नहीं सकता था शादी, क्योंकि उसने तो मंगनी कहीं और कर ली थी एक दिन पहले। अगले दिन उनकी शादी 10 तारीख को शाम को कहीं और तय थी, तो वो उस बात को अग्री नहीं कर रहा था और वो नाराज़ थी, तो उसने उसको अपने रास्ते से हटाने के लिए इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया।
The motive behind this murder, the woman's insistence that Sahil Gehlot marry her. He did not. Instead, the man married another woman hours after killing his girlfriend. A tip led the police to the dhaba. Investigators recovered the body from the refrigerator inside.
9 और 10 की रात को ही अंजाम दिया गया है, गाड़ी में ही अंजाम दिया गया है। एग्जैक्टली कौन सी जगह थी, कौन सी स्पॉट थी, वो अभी हम सीसीटीवी वगैरह एनालाइज करेंगे, देखेंगे, चेक करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा।
A grim reminder of vulnerability to ruthless crimes, even in the most unlikely of places like a busy interstate bus terminal in the national capital. With Arvind Oja in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, my colleague Arvind Oja spoke to the father of the victim here, Sunil Yadav. Listen in to what he had to say.
सर, ये आपको कब जानकारी मिली कि निक्की की हत्या कर दी गई है?
कल सुबह मिली जी।
किसने बताया था?
पुलिस वालों को फोन आया था, क्राइम ब्रांच।
अच्छा सर, पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि जो निक्की है, साहिल है, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को 2018 से जानते थे और दोनों ही के परिवार वालों को इसकी जानकारी थी, इस रिलेशनशिप की। तो आप लोगों को
कोई जानकारी नहीं थी, हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं थी।
अच्छा, दूसरा ये भी कि जो निक्की है वो गोवा जाने वाली थी 10 फरवरी को, उसने फ्लाइट का टिकट भी बुक करा लिया था।
हमें नहीं पता जी कुछ भी।
सर, अब ये जो घटना हो गई है, तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
क्राइम ब्रांच ने आपको कल जब फोन किया था तो क्या आपको जानकारी दी थी?
हमारे को यही बोला कि भाई यहाँ बिंदापुर थाने में आ जाओ, मेरे को फोन करके बोला। फिर मैं वहाँ गया, वहाँ से मेरे को इधर ले आए अपना मित्राओं में, जहाँ पे उसकी हत्या करी गई है लड़की की।
अच्छा,
वहाँ लाके मेरे को बोला क्या नाम है, एक बार हॉस्पिटल चलना पड़ेगा, एक डेड बॉडी मिली हमें, आप एक बार उसको पहचान लोगे, वो आपकी बेटी तो नहीं है
जी।
फिर मेरे को यहाँ रावतुल्ला राम अस्पताल में लाया गया, यहाँ पे जाफरपुर में
जी।
आज मैंने देखा तो मेरी बेटी की डेड बॉडी थी।
More news coming in. We'll have to Delhi. A similar murder shocker from Maharashtra's Palghar, where 27-year-old man is killed. His 35-year-old live-in partner inside their house in Nalasopara. Cops claim the accused, Hardik Shah, stayed at the Sita Sadan Society in Nalasopara along with his live-in partner Megha, and the couple had allegedly told their real estate agent, landlord and other neighbors that they were married. Police is trying to ascertain the exact date when Megha was murdered.
हार्दिक कुछ काम धंधा नहीं कर सकता था। मेघा प्रोफेशन से नर्स थी, वो पैसा कमा के उसको खिलाती पिलाती थी। हार्दिक कुछ काम नहीं करता था, इसके कारण उनमें हमेशा झगड़े होते थे। उसके बारे में पड़ोसियों ने भी शिकायत की थी। तो उस कारण से, वो झगड़े के कारण से हार्दिक ने मेघा का गुस्से में आकर उसका मर्डर किया और घर का सामान, उसकी लाश उसने घर के बेड में छुपाई और बाकी का सामान उसने बहुत जल्दी में कुछ लोगों को बेच के वो पैसा लेके वो फरार हो गया था।
Sheikh has more details on that story. Mustafa, what really happened here? Take us through the details of this horrific case from Palghar.
Well, yes, the Nalasopara police is investigating this issue, and they are saying they are yet to basically come down on a date on which this incident has taken place. What they know is that 2 days ago they were informed about a fight and a likelihood of a murder, and when they reached this Nalasupa residence of the couple and they realized that the body was inside the cavity of the bed. So what they are primarily assuming as of now, that there was a fight between this live-in couple, after which Hardik in rage killed her, and he also informed the victim's auntie who is living in Karnataka, saying that she has killed her and he is now going to commit suicide, after which that aunt from Karnataka informed the agent who had rented out this house, and then the police was informed. The police has recovered the body. Hardik has been placed under arrest. But the way this murder has taken place is one more shocker, and it raises several questions on the safety, and also after murdering, the way cold-bloodedly he kept her body inside the cavity of the bed, and for days it was there, and he had fled to his native place in Rajasthan. Back to you.
Ashik getting us all of those details. I'm going to thank you for the moment. The Income Tax Department searches on the BBC's offices still continues after 24 hours, more than 24 hours now. From Delhi to Mumbai, income tax sleuths have been conducting searches in the offices of the BBC in Mumbai and Delhi since Tuesday over alleged tax irregularities by the British broadcaster. Sources have told India Today that BBC is under the Income Tax Department's radar for allegedly flouting tax laws, mismatch in transfer pricing, diverting significant amounts of profits, evading earlier income tax notices, and for international tax irregularities.
बीबीसी के दिल्ली ऑफिस में इनकम टैक्स का सर्वे लगातार जारी है। पूरी रात इनकम टैक्स की टीम बीबीसी के दफ्तर के खासतौर से अकाउंट ऑफिस में मौजूद थी और उनका सर्वे का काम अभी भी जारी है। मंगलवार की दोपहर 11:20 पर इनकम टैक्स के तकरीबन 15 से 20 अधिकारी यहां पहुंचते हैं। सीधे वो टीम जो है वो पहुंचती है बीबीसी के अकाउंट ऑफिस में और अकाउंट ऑफिस में वहां पर 12 बजे से उनका काम शुरू हो जाता है। इस दौरान एडिटोरियल के भी जो कर्मचारी थे वो मौजूद थे, लेकिन धीरे धीरे एडिटोरियल के जो कर्मचारी थे वो अपने घरों के लिए निकल गए और उसके बाद बीबीसी की तरफ से कहा गया कि उनका पूरा काम जो एडिटोरियल का है वो लगातार चलता रहेगा। उनके कर्मचारियों से कहा गया है कि वो वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें, लेकिन हर एक खबर, हर एक अपडेट उनकी तरफ से की जाती रहेगी। वहीं ये सर्वे पिछले अभी तक की अगर हम बात करें तो 19 घंटे से लगातार जारी है। जो भी दस्तावेज, जो भी कंप्यूटर वहां पे मौजूद है, उन सब की जांच की जा रही है। जो वित्तीय अनियमितता का आरोप लगा था उसको लेकर के ये सर्वे किया जा रहा है और जो जानकारी है, जब ये सर्वे पूरा हो जाएगा तो जो कुछ भी यहाँ से इनकम टैक्स के अधिकारियों को मिलेगा उसकी एक रिपोर्ट बनाई जाएगी, आला अधिकारियों से उसको शेयर किया जाएगा और अगर किसी तरीके की कोई गड़बड़ी पाई गई तो आगे इस मामले में कानूनन कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Aishwarya is with us, reporting from the BBC office in Delhi. Aishwarya, the so-called survey is still on right now, more than 24 hours after it really started. Give us a sense of what's happening inside the premises.
The officials will not move on time. They don't collect all documents that they need to, and that's the reason why we have seen that the survey has been going on for more than 24 hours. But Sneha, let me tell you what I'm understanding is that the survey in all likelihood will be complete by tonight. The reason why the survey, from what IT officials are telling us is because they have almost gathered all the information that they need to do. Apart from that, they will also do a forensic report. A forensic report will be made on all the documents that they get. They will also look at the financial transactions. That's something that the Income Tax Department is very closely looking at. The officials also at the moment saying that they do have some proof of some kind of money being, money into the accounts of BBC, which they believe is not according to the law of the country, and that's the reason why at the moment they are still inside. And this survey is going on simultaneously in both the national capital, the office that is right behind me, and also in Mumbai. The reason why we are still seeing the officers inside because they still believe they do have more documents to collect. Sneha.
All right. Be with us. Just coming back to you in a few moments from now. Meanwhile, politics has raged over the income tax survey at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. The opposition is all guns blazing against the centre, at the centre, for what they say is muzzling of free speech, alleging that the British broadcaster is being hounded for its documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The centre has hit back, declaring no one is above the law. Congress has hit out the centre, calling the search and seizure by the IT department an undeclared emergency. Condemning the surveys, the opposition took political potshots at the BJP, calling them hounding those who speak the truth, brazenly hounding those. Now, responding to the attacks, Minister Anurag Thakur says no one is above the law.
इनकम टैक्स विभाग समय समय पर जहां पर अनियमितताएं पाई जाती हैं वहां पर सर्वेस करता है और जब ये सर्वे का काम पूरा होता है तब वो अपना एक प्रेस नोट या प्रेस ब्रीफिंग करके जानकारी देते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है जब ये इनकम टैक्स विभाग का सर्वे पूरा होगा वो जानकारी पूरी आपको डिटेल में दे देंगे और कोई भी देश में न्याय से ऊपर तो या हमारी जो कानून व्यवस्था है उससे ऊपर तो कोई नहीं हो सकता।
मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि कांग्रेस इसे छापा पड़ी बीबीसी पर तकलीफ हो रही है कांग्रेस पे। वही कांग्रेस है जो मेरे बिहार में कहावत है कि चलनी दूसरे सूप को जिसमें सहस्त्र छेद। ये इमरजेंसी लगा करके पूरे लोकतंत्र को शर्मसार करने का काम किया। ये कौन किसका राज था? बीबीसी पर प्रबंध किसने लगाया था? ये किसका राज था?
अब बीबीसी पे हमला किया है। बीबीसी की क्रेडिबिलिटी एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी है, देश में दुनिया के अंदर एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी है। ये आज भी गाँव के लोग जो है बीबीसी सुनते हैं और ये कहते हैं हाँ बीबीसी में न्यूज आ गई। मैं 40 साल से देख रहा हूँ बीबीसी में रेडियो न्यूज हो चाहे टीवी में आने लग गई, तो आज भी लोगों में उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। कारण बताना चाहिए देशवासियों को भाई आपने बीबीसी की जैसी संस्था को भी आपने टारगेट क्यों बनाया है?
विश्व में पहली बार बीबीसी के 100 साल के इतिहास में उन पर इस प्रकार की कोई छापामारी और रेड हुई है। और उनका कसूर क्या था? उन्होंने एक गुजरात के दंगों की डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई थी जिसमें कि सभी का पक्ष रखा था।
Aishwarya continues to be with us. Aishwarya, the government of India claims that there is going to be a detailed response from the income tax department. What are you picking up on that front? When can we expect that sort of a response, given that you did say that you're hearing that by today the survey essentially is going to get wrapped up?
Well, Sneha, let me tell you, in most of the cases, we don't see any kind of official statement coming out from the CBDT. But in this case, it looks like there will be some kind of statement that the IT officials will give out. However, what they are doing is giving out information, and the information that we are receiving from our sources is based on the fact that they do have proof. Let me tell you, Sneha, the income tax department does not go knocking on all the doors. When they conduct these kind of surveys, then obviously they do it when they do have documents. And this is what the IT department is saying, because the department also is very aware of what's taking place. How the opposition is now gunning at the central government and saying that this is being done only because of the documentary which has been made by the BBC. But at the moment, the department believes that once they gather all the information possible, every detail will be with the IT department, and once they do a forensic on that, then only they'll be able to come out with a statement. But at the moment, they are sticking to their guns and saying that we do have proof that there are some things which are wrong with the working of the BBC in India, which is why the survey is taking place on the 5th and the 7th floor of this building, Sneha. This is in CP. The 5th and the 7th floor are off bounds for everyone. Others can obviously go inside the building, but those floors have been cornered off by the IT department officials.
All right, I'm going to thank you, Aishwarya Palaval, getting us all of those details. She's joining us from right outside the BBC office in Delhi city. With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, man stopped from buying medicines for his ailing son in Ernakulam as Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's convoy was passing through. We're getting you that detailed report in just a bit.
जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in 79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
We have some news just coming in. A series of BJP yatras will begin from the month of March. BJP is going to conduct Rath Yatra from the 1st of March. 4 yatras across Karnataka from different directions. Yatras to merge in Davanagere for a Maha Yatra. Final yatra to be conducted on the 24th of March is what we are learning. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is getting us more details on that big story. The BJP, they're getting up for elections in the poll-bound state of Karnataka. What more details do you have, Naga, about the yatras and about the plan?
Well, this morning there was a Prabhari meeting in Bangalore where all BJP office bearers, including the Chief Minister Yadurappa, had met. They had discussed about the Rath Yatra that they take up March 1st, 2nd, 3rd. All 4 yatras will start in Karnataka from BJP. This would start from Belgaum, Chamarajanagar, East and West also. And finally on the March 24th, it will culminate as a mega Maha of BJP on March 24th. That is the center part of Karnataka. Most likely the Prime Minister will be invited to have at day 24th. So for the next 24 days or 25 days, BJP leaders, 4 teams will lead in collective leadership, 4 yatras that will merge into Davangere. This is the counter to Prajadhwani is what BJP is saying. Because of the budget session, the government is busy. Post the budget session, which ends on Feb 24th, BJP will kickstart his official election campaign.
Naga, I'm going to thank you for getting us up to speed with that. These are developments from the state of Karnataka, where the BJP has planned a series of yatras, is what Nagarjun is telling us. More details from Karnataka. With the assembly elections fast approaching, BJP chief Nalin Kumar Katil has stoked the Tipu Sultan versus Hanuman controversy. Katil, who had recently iterated that the BJP's main poll agenda would be development, has now gone back to attacking Tipu Sultan. This time he's asked voters in Kopal to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan. Katil has urged voters to drive Tipu sympathizers out of Kopal, saying the land was only for Hanuman and Ram devotees. This comes just a day after Tipu Sultan's descendants urged the BJP and Congress to keep his name out of politics or face a defamation suit.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಸಂಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನ ಬೇಕಾ, ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪುಣ್ಯ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸವಾಲಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಉಳಿಬಾರ್ದು, ರಾಮನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಬೇಕು, ಹನುಮಂತನ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ತಾನೇ? ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ್ದು.
He is a mad man. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
Well, controversial statement once again coming in from Nalin Katil there. You heard, in fact, on what he had to say, raking up the issue of Tipu Sultan once again. We're getting you more details now from Kerala, where a video of a man named Sharad being stopped by police from buying medicine for his 4-year-old son has sparked a controversy in the state. The reason given by police was that the chief minister was passing by. Sharad has alleged that police personnel did not allow them to park their vehicle and buy medicine even when they said it was for a child who was unwell. The police also got into an argument with the medical shop owner. According to him, the police threatened to shut his shop down. The Kerala State Human Rights Commission has taken suo motu cognizance of this matter and ordered for a probe, asking the Ernakulam Rural SP to probe this matter, submit a report within 4 weeks. Pinari Vijayan security, remember, has been tightened of late in the backdrop of protests going on in the state against the budget that imposed cess on fuel. Youth Congress workers staged a protest by showing black flags against the CM.
നീ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് അവിടെ ഞാൻ വന്നത് അത് സംശയമില്ല ഈ കൊച്ചു പനിച്ചു വെക്കുന്നുണ്ടല്ലേ മനസ്സിലായി ഞങ്ങൾ എവിടെ നിർത്തി മേടിക്കണം കൊച്ചിന് കടകളൊക്കെ അല്ല ഈ കൊച്ചിനെ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് സാറേ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ 1 കിലോമീറ്റർ പോയി പിടിക്കാം ചേട്ടാ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് നോക്കണം ഈ കൊച്ചിനെ തൊട്ട് നോക്കിട്ടോ ചേട്ടാ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി പോകുന്ന വഴിയിൽ ഒരാളെ കാണാൻ പാടില്ല. വിജനമായിരിക്കുന്ന പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ കടകളുടെ ഷട്ടർ ഇടിപ്പിക്കും. ഒരു വണ്ടി വഴിയിൽ പാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. നേരത്തെ 2-3 മാസം മുമ്പ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഒരു അസുഖം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കറുപ്പ് കണ്ടാ പേടിയായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു പണി ചെയ്യും, നിങ്ങൾ ക്ലിഫ് ഹൗസിൽ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കും, പിന്നെ സെക്രട്ടേറിയറ്റിലും ഇരിക്കും, ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടുന്ന് ഫയലുള്ള ക്ലിഫ് ഹൗസിലേക്ക് വിളിപ്പിക്കും. നിങ്ങൾ റോഡിൽ ഇറങ്ങിയാൽ ജനങ്ങളെ ബന്ദിയാക്കുമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്തൊരു വെല്ലുവിളിയാണ്.
It's very saddening to see this kind of atmosphere which is prevailing in Kerala, which boasts about equality and communist mindset. And this is what we see, where just because the CM's convoy is passing, a man, a disturbed person, I'm sure he must have been in pain as a parent, where he's on the way to pick up medicine for his ill son, and he's not allowed to do so. And the way he's been spoken to, that's so very evident in the video, the way the police are harassing him and asking him not to move, despite even the shop owner coming and protesting and saying that this child needs the medicine. So what kind of communist mindset these parties are talking about in Kerala? And I'm sure the Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, has a lot to say on this.
Shibi Mole is in Thiruvananthapuram getting us all of those details. Shibi, this is absolutely not justified. What is the police saying? What would stop them from allowing a man to buy medicines for his unwell child, who we believe was inside the car all this while when this argument was taking place?
Well, Sneha, absolutely. In fact, the 4-year-old child of this man was inside the car when this incident took place, is what we're understanding. We can see in the video also the victim here asking the police officer to touch and see the child and feel the temperature, because the child is really sick and he has to get the medicine. Remember, the incident took place on a Sunday when a lot of medical shops were closed, and that's when the police asked this man to not park your car here, you have to move a little far away from here. He in fact went 1 kilometer to see if there was any other shop open. That did not happen, and he had to come back and request the police officer to allow him to get medicine from this shop, but that was not allowed. In fact, the police has not officially responded to this issue, but we are understanding that an inquiry will be conducted internally, because we can clearly see in the video how rudely the policeman behaved. He in fact threatened the medical store owner also that the shop will be shut down. Now the Congress here, the opposition here, the Congress has asked that, as told, that if Chief Minister is that scared of people, of facing the public, of facing protests, then he should stay indoors, is what the Congress here, the opposition here, has said. So the BJP has also condemned the act, because since the last few days, a lot of protests have been going on, and when Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan said that the fuel cess imposed will not be taken back, that a whole thing will not be rolled back, the protests against Chief Minister intensified, with the Youth Congress showing black flags against him on his travel route, and that's when his security was tightened, with the public coming under a lot of difficulty. Children going to school, getting late for school, and a lot of people, we also understand that protesters' mother's cancer treatment was also cancelled on that particular day. That appointment was cancelled because he could not take his mother to the doctor on that particular day. He got late on that particular day because the people were blocked as the CM's convoy was just passing by.
I'm going to thank you for the moment, for getting us all of those developments, getting us up to speed, in fact, with all of those details. Shivimon. Moving on, the NIA, or the National Investigation Agency, is conducting raids across 3 southern states in a crackdown on ISIS sympathizers. In Tamil Nadu, raids are underway in multiple districts, including Coimbatore, Trichy, Tirunelveli and many others. Raids in the state are in connection with the Coimbatore car cylinder blast case. Remember, on the 23rd of October, a car had exploded in front of a temple in Coimbatore. It was revealed that the man in the car had terror links and was plotting a terror attack. Raids are also taking place in Kerala and Karnataka. More than 45 locations in Karnataka are being searched as we speak, along with several locations in the state of Kerala, to crack down on ISIS sympathizers. NIA suspects that these accused, who are being targeted in these latest round of raids, are ISIS backers who have been radicalized through videos. Meanwhile, even as raids are underway over the recent Coimbatore blast, a DMK minister has now pitched for the release of the 1998 Coimbatore blast convicts.
அதற்கான உண்டான முயற்சிகள் அத்தனையும் சட்ட ரீதியாக தொடர்ந்து நடைபெறுகிறது என்பது சட்டமன்றத்தில் கூட நாம் பதிவு செய்திருக்கிறோம். ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய நிலைப்பாட்டில் இருந்துதான் அதை மீள வர வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் தொடர்ந்து சட்ட போராட்டங்கள் நடத்தி வருகிறோம். நிச்சயமாக உண்டான அதுக்குண்டான முயற்சிகளை செய்து இருக்கிறோம். சட்ட ரீதியாக நடவடிக்கை ஒரு குழுவை அமைச்சிருக்கிறோமே.
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here we're getting you much more news on the other side. Do stay on with us.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
We have some news just coming in. A magnitude 6 earthquake on the Richter scale has shaken Wellington. Felt in both islands, Wellington has been shaken by a magnitude of earthquake 6 on the Richter scale, described by various residents as massive and scary. The quake started with a large jolt, followed by at least 30 seconds of moderate shaking. By 7:30 p.m. last evening, more than 40,000 people in both the northern and southern islands reportedly felt the earthquake, including in Auckland and Christchurch. One resident of the Garden City described it as a rolling sensation as opposed to jolting. Getting you details of magnitude 6 on the Richter scale that has hit Wellington. A large jolt followed by 30 seconds of tremors have been felt. This at about 7:50 p.m. last evening. Residents say this was massive and scary. The latest developments from Turkey over a week after the deadly quake struck the country. A dog was rescued from rubble in Samandag, southern Turkey on Tuesday, 8 days after the worst quake in the country's modern history. Istanbul mayor wrote on social media that the dog's owners had perished in the disaster. A 77-year-old man was rescued from the rubble in Adiyaman on Tuesday, 212 hours after a 7.6 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Rescuers are still pulling survivors from the ground more than a week after the initial quake. Drone footage shot over Turkey showed construction machinery clearing the rubble from buildings that collapsed. The combined death toll in neighboring Syria and Turkey has topped 41,000. Many survivors have been left homeless. Rescuers slept near the wreckage of buildings warmed up by blankets and campfire in the southern Turkish city of Antakya. Turkey's urbanization minister said some 42,000 buildings had either collapsed or were in urgent need of demolition because of the cracks they had developed. A minute's silence was observed before two Champions League matches in Paris and Milan as a mark of respect for the victims of the earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Players, officials and fans stood in silence before the round of 16 matches between PSG and Bayern Munich in France and AC Milan against Tottenham Hotspur in Italy. Hindu hate rages on in Canada. Ram Mandir defaced in Canada's Ontario now. Miscreants vandalized the Ram Mandir with anti-Bharat and pro-Khalistan graffiti. The miscreants wrote anti-Modi, anti-Hindu slogans as well. Pro-BBC graffitis were also painted on the temple walls. This is not the first time that a Hindu temple in Canada has been defaced with anti-India slogans and pictures. Earlier in January, anti-India paintings cropped up on a Hindu temple in Brampton that sparked outrage from the Indian community. In September 2022, Swaminarayan Mandir in Canada was also defaced by Canadian Khalistani extremists with anti-India graffiti again. VHP of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad has demanded strict action against the perpetrators of this latest attack from local police authorities and the Ontario government. The Consulate General of India has also strongly condemned this incident, demanding prompt action.
We strongly condemn the persistent attacks on Hindu temples in Canada. These incidents must now stop immediately, and the Canadian government should take severe, immediate and stringent action against those perpetrators who are doing these sinful acts.
Not just Canada, temples have been vandalized in Australia as well in similar way, where Hindu temples have been targeted on multiple occasions in Victoria and Melbourne. Amendra Kumar Singh, president of the Australian Hindu Association, spoke to us on this.
The hatred of Hindus is the fuel that keeps the Khalistan movement burning. This is a well thought out strategy. It's a two-pronged strategy. Firstly, hold these bogus referendums, and secondly, attack Hindus physically, their places of worship, and in an attempt to intimidate them and to silence them.
The story and much more going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues as always on the other side, getting the latest top stories. For the moment, it's goodbye from me.
Tragedies can either break you or make you. And this story from Naxal hit Gadchiroli will inspire you in many ways. Bharati Bogami was just 17 when her father, the Sarpanch of Lahiri village, was shot dead by Naxals in 2002. A brain tumor survivor, she faced several financial problems and yet continued her struggle to become a doctor. She now serves in the same area where her father was killed.
मैं सोच रही थी अब तो पापा चले गए, अब ये सब होने के बाद अगर यही मेरा फ्यूचर, अगर मैं पेपर ना दूं तो आगे कैसे बढ़ूं। मेरे पापा की एक ख्वाहिश थी कि मुझे बचपन से मुझे बोलते थे नर्स, बोलते थे डॉक्टर, बोलते थे, ऐसे मुझे अच्छा लगता था। पढ़ाई पूरी होने के बाद मैंने सोच लिया या तो सब सिटी में रहकर सब लोगों को तो डॉक्टर है, लेकिन मेरे गाँव को मेरे लोगों की बहुत ज़रूरत है। मेरे दिल में ऐसे कुछ तो भी चुभने से लग रही थी कि अपने गाँव जाके मैं सेवा दूँ, इसीलिए फिर मैं रिटर्न आ गई।
Bogami found a life and work partner in Satish, who moved from Beed to the tribal area only to support her dream of serving her village.
मेरी जो बीवी है उसने मुझे मोटिवेट किया कि उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि डॉक्टर प्रकाश आमटे, डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी आमटे, डॉक्टर दिगांत आमटे और डॉक्टर अंदाकिनी आमटे वो जो कार्य वहाँ करते उनसे कुछ मैं इंस्पायर होके मुझे भी ऐसा कुछ लगा दिल को कि अपन जाके आरोग्य में थोड़ी तो सेवा देना। मेरे अंतर्गत जो 52 गांव है वहाँ जाना इम्पॉसिबल है। कई बाइक पे जाना पड़ता, कई जगह 10-10 किलोमीटर चलते हुए जाना पड़ता, वो आरोग्य सेवा देना पड़ता है।
Bharati and her husband have made it an aim to serve people in her village where health facilities are not easily available. Bureau Report, India Today.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to the lunch break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's quickly begin first with the headlines. A chilling, shocking replay of Shraddha's murder. The girlfriend in this case killed, body stored in a refrigerator of a dhaba. The man got married to another woman on the day of murder. Income Tax Department searches at the BBC for over 26 hours now. Tax evasion and violations are under investigation. Sources say search may be on for the next 3 days. Where is the real Jyotirlinga? That is now a political war of words over revered Shiva shrine. Assam government put forth an advertisement claiming 6th Jyotirling is in Kamrup in Assam. Uddhav Sena claims it is in Pune. Says first projects taken away, now our gods also being taken away. A man was stopped from buying medicines for his ailing son in Ernakulam in Kerala as the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's convoy had to pass through. The angry exchange caught on camera. The National Investigation Agency cracks down on terror in the southern part of India with raids that are across 60 locations in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and 45 locations in Karnataka to check on radicalization through videos with regard to ISIS videos. Death toll in Turkey-Syria earthquake has crossed over 40,000 people who have lost their life. But even despite all of this, there are still hope and people are still being found alive after over 200 hours of rescue operations. Lawyers are protesting against Lieutenant Governor for violating the Constitution allegedly and the Supreme Court. These are Aam Aadmi Party lawyers holding a protest against misuse of power by the Lieutenant Governor is what they are alleging. Look at these visuals on your screen. We are staying with these visuals for now. And remember, this is about what the lawyers are saying, and they appear to be affiliated with the Aam Aadmi Party. We'll get more details. But what they're basically saying is that the Lieutenant Governor is not letting the government function. MCD mayor elections are deliberately delayed, and all of this is stalling the protocol and the procedures. Clearly a show of strength also. Look at the numbers there of these lawyers. This is right outside the Lieutenant Governor's residence, which is in central Delhi. My colleague, our legal correspondent Anisha Mathur is on the ground. Anisha, are these lawyers from a certain group? Where are they from? What are they saying? What are they angry about?
Well, Pooja, this is a protest called by the Aam Aadmi Party's legal cell, and I'm going to ask my cameraman Ashwini Helen to pan around and show you. There are a couple of hundred lawyers currently on the Delhi's roads outside the LG house. They have been stopped as the barricades have been set up outside the LG house. What they're saying is that the Supreme Court's orders and the law is being violated by the LG, who is deliberately not allowing the mayoral elections to happen. They're also saying that the insistence of the LG on letting the aldermen vote is violating the law and the constitution. Let's also speak to some of them. Ma'am, why have this protest? Why are the lawyers on the street today?
Actually, lawyers यहाँ पे protest कर रहे हैं. उसके पीछे वजह ये है कि जो LG साहब हैं, जो हमारी सरकार अभी दिल्ली के अंदर है केजरीवाल जी के, जैसे कि एमसीडी में भी इलेक्ट हुए हैं और आगे ऊपर भी हैं, तो वो ऐसे ही नहीं है. हमारी जनता जनार्दन ने उनको चुन के बिठाया है. अब वो कोई भी काम करना चाहते हैं, जैसे कि दिसंबर में उन्होंने टीचर्स को फॉरेन भेजना था ट्रेनिंग के लिए, जिससे कि हम अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को अच्छा कर सके. लेकिन इन्होंने एलजी साहब ने उस भी फाइल में भी ऑब्जेक्शन लगा के उसको भी पेंडिंग कर दिया. मतलब कोई भी इस तरह का ये लोग अच्छा काम करना चाह रहे हैं, कुछ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना चाह रहे हैं, या एजुकेशन सिस्टम को अच्छा करने के लिए करना चाह रहे हैं, तो उसको ये एलजी साहब कुछ ना कुछ ऑब्जेक्शन लगा के, कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स दिखा के उनको फाइल्स को होल्ड कर देते हैं. तो अल्टीमेटली कहीं ना कहीं ये उनका इंटेंशन है, कहीं ना कहीं उनकी इंटेंशन है कि भी काम नहीं करने देना, है ना. कहीं ना
So as you can see, Pooja, lawyers are saying the elected government of Delhi is not being allowed to work in Delhi. Let's also try and get
yes, Anisha, how many lawyers can you see there on the location? Give us a number estimate also.
सभी व्यक्तियों पर, चाहे वो मंदिर प्रधानमंत्री क्यों ना हो, सब पे बाइंडिंग होता है, सलाहकारी नहीं होते.
This protest is against LG's. उनको कानून के हिसाब से चलना चाहिए, संविधान को मानना चाहिए, इसलिए हम लोग एकत्रित हुए हैं. उनकी जो मनमानी चल रही है वो नहीं चलनी चाहिए.
Pooja, you can see here, I'm going to ask Ashwini Helen to pan around and show you. There's a couple of hundred lawyers here on the street. About 30 out of them are sitting down on the road here outside the LG house with the barricading that has been set up. They've walked all the way from the Tisazari court, which is about a kilometer away, till here, which is the road outside the LG house. This protest, they are saying that the LG and the BJP are not allowing the elected government of Delhi to function, and that is why they are out here protesting. They're also raising the issue of the Delhi mayoral elections, the aldermen being given voting rights in the house of the MCD. They're also raising the issue of the LG stopping stopping the various files, delaying various projects of the Aam Aadmi Party. So as you can see, this protest by the Aam Aadmi Party legal cell affiliated lawyers on the Delhi roads right now outside the LG office. Pooja, back to you.
Anisha Mathur, stay on with me. What Anisha is showing are these lawyers. They are affiliated with the Aam Aadmi Party. They are part of the Aam Aadmi Party legal cell. But this is also about the Lieutenant Governor who they are protesting against, saying, one, there is misuse of power clearly and deliberately. Then they are saying MCD elections, mayor elections also have been delayed, which, remember, elections happened for civic body in December. Till now, Delhi does not have a mayor because there's constant commotion and chaos happening in the house. Also, they are saying that the Lieutenant Governor is misusing the power to not let the Delhi government, which is an elected government, to function. But this is, of course, not the netas, not the workers, but very interestingly, the Delhi lawyers who are affiliated with the ruling party, who are now currently protesting outside the Lieutenant Governor's residence. Anisha, go ahead. See if there are more lawyers who are willing to speak and give us their view. Do show us an overall picture if you can possibly.
Yes, of course. I'm going to ask, first of all, let me just get Ashwini Helen to pan around and show you what's going on around here. And I'll also get you the voices from some of these people. Sir, why have this protest here today? Why are the lawyers on the road? आप जमीन पर क्यों हैं?
क्योंकि हम कोर्ट के अंदर जो लॉ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का काम करते हैं, वी आर ऑफिसर्स ऑफ द कोर्ट, और हमारी ड्यूटी बनती है, ये हमारा ड्यूटी भी है भी, अगर कोई अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल या कोई भी एक्ट ऐसा हो जो कि डेमोक्रेसी पे थ्रेट हो या डेंट हो, तो एडवोकेट्स का बहुत पहला दायित्व बनता भी वो इसकी रक्षा करे, और हम कोर्ट के अंदर जैसे रक्षा कर रहे हैं वैसे आज सड़क पे भी कर रहे हैं.
What are your grievances against the LG? And what are the demands that you're making?
मेन ग्रीवेंस ये है अभी जैसे मेयर का चुनाव आपने देखा भी, दिल्ली का मैंडेट जो है वो आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ है, और इनके करप्शन से ही तंग आके उन्होंने हमको मैंडेट दिया, आम आदमी पार्टी को दिया. तो आम आदमी पार्टी अब, क्योंकि उनका हक बनता है उनका मेयर होना चाहिए, दिल्ली का हक बनता है उनका मेयर होना चाहिए. संविधान में जो हमको राइट्स दिए हैं, ड्यूटीज दिए हैं, वो हमको फुलफिलमेंट करने के लिए हम यहाँ पे धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name, please?
My name is Advocate Deepak Raj Singh.
Sir, ये यहाँ, so you can see Pooja here. जी.
लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में दोनों जगह आपके इलेक्टेड होने के अलावा नॉमिनेटेड लोग भी आते हैं. गवर्नमेंट के बनाने में लोकसभा या राज्यसभा के जो नॉमिनेटेड लोग होते हैं वो पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करते हैं. वही कस्टमरी लॉ चलता है, इसीलिए एल्डरमैन का अपॉइंटमेंट होता है. तो एल्डरमैन को वोटिंग का राइट नहीं मिलता है गवर्नमेंट बनाने में, नहीं. तो और एल्डरमैन का अपॉइंटमेंट कौन करता है? गवर्नमेंट के रिकमेंडेशन पे एलजी करता है. Without the recommendation of the government, LG Saab is nominating the eldermen and giving them voting right. This is completely unconstitutional against the spirit of 243R of our Indian Constitution.
Lawyers are saying that the government, the LG is violating the law. That is why you're on the road.
Yes, exactly. Just to save the Constitution, you should follow the spirit of the Constitution.
What's your name, sir?
Abhay Pandya.
Thank you very much. So, Pooja, you heard these voices from the lawyers here. They are saying that the LG is violating the law, the LG is violating the Constitution, that the people of Delhi deserve a constitutional and legal government which is being denied to them. And you can see here a lot of lawyers are here on the roads.
Anisha, are they planning to stay on? What time did the protest begin? Till what time is it likely to go on? And any statement yet coming in from the Lieutenant Governor that you've heard of?
Well, Pooja, the protest was scheduled to begin at 11:30, but has finally begun at around 12:15 p.m.
Okay.
They've started out at the gate number 1 of the 30 Hazari court, and I'm going to ask Helen sir to just pan behind you and show you. The road that you're seeing currently is the road from 30 Hazari court to the LG house, and these lawyers basically walked from the 30 Hazari court about 700 meters up to where they have been stopped, and the LG house is about 300 meters behind these barricades that you see there. Water cannon is also there. There's ample police bandobast. There are barricades that have been set up to ensure that these lawyers do not actually go to the LG house. At this moment, we have not heard anything from the Lieutenant Governor, but these protests are going on, and the lawyers are saying they're going to sit here for quite some time, as long as they're allowed to stay here. Of course, the netas among the lawyers, the leaders of the legal cell have been speaking. We spoke to Sanjeev Nasir, who's the head of the legal cell. He has also saying that this kind of march is necessary to awaken the government, to awaken the LG, and to awaken the people of Delhi about the issues that are there. And you can see here the kind of statements that are being made here. I'm going to just go in and show you so that you can hear the statements that are being made.
All right, so these are the 3 images that we have on your screen right now, protesting lawyers. And Anisha Mathur continues to get us more voices as well. Leaving you with these visuals, and we'll continue to track this protest by the lawyers in Delhi associated with the Aam Aadmi Party protesting against Lieutenant Governor's alleged misuse of power. While the investigation in Shraddha's murder is still on, another replay, a similar case has erupted again from Delhi. Nikki Yadav, was a 22-year-old young woman was murdered by her live-in partner Sahil Gehlot. The accused has now been arrested by the cops, but it was an investigation by the Delhi police that eventually nabbed this man. What happened? The horrific murder took place, and listen carefully, on 10th of February. The details that are emerging are absolutely shocking. This accused, this man, strangled Nikki Yadav, who was a live-in partner, with the mobile phone cable in his car after they had an argument. After the murder, he drove for 40 kilometers with the body and then hid the body in a refrigerator in a dhaba, which was not exactly functional, on the outskirts of a village. And then it gets more disturbing. On that same day, this man got married to another girl. He was eventually arrested on Tuesday after a complaint was filed and woman's body was found inside the refrigerator at the dhaba. Nikki Yadav's family is demanding a death penalty now for the accused. India Today spoke to the deceased girl's father, who has also made shocking claims. He tried to get in touch with this boy. Here's what he was told about her whereabouts.
कि क्या आप ये अपनी बच्ची को तलाशते हुए साहिल के घर तक भी पहुंच गए थे?
नहीं जी, बिल्कुल नहीं।
मतलब साहिल के घर नहीं पहुंचे थे?
घर नहीं पहुंचे, खाली उसके मेरी छोटी बेटी ने कहीं से उसका नंबर अरेंज करा, साहिल का भी, उसके पिताजी का भी, अपने यार दोस्तों से, उसके यार दोस्तों से, तभी मैंने खाली फोन पे बात हुई। मेरे को उसका घर का भी नहीं पता कहाँ है उसका घर।
अच्छा, तो किससे बात हुई थी आपकी?
मेरी उसकी साहिल से भी बात हुई थी फोन पे और उसके पिताजी से भी बात हुई थी।
तो 10 तारीख के बाद बात हुई थी साहिल से?
हाँ जी।
तो क्या बोला था उसने जब पूछा अपनी बेटी के बारे में?
मैंने बोला जी मेरी बेटी कहाँ है, तो उसने बोला कि आपकी बेटी तो घूमने गई है। मैं कहाँ घूमने गई? कह रहे वो अपने दोस्तों के साथ देहरादून मंसूरी घूमने गई है। मैंने उसका फोन कहा है, कह रहे उसका फोन, वो फोन मेरे पास छोड़ दी। मैं क्यों तुम्हारे पास फोन कैसे छोड़ दी? कह रहे बस वो ऐसे ही छोड़ दी कि मैं फोन नहीं ले जाऊंगी, ऐसे ही जाऊँ।
क्या आपकी जो बेटी निक्की, उसका फोन ऑन था?
नहीं जी,
फोन ऑफ था।
हाँ जी, फोन ऑफ है, फोन उसी के पास है। उसने तो बोल रखा कि फोन मेरे पास है।
किसको बोल रखा था साहिल ने कि फोन मेरे पास है?
मेरे को बोला।
अच्छा।
हाँ, मैंने साहिल को फोन किया तो उसने मेरे को बोला कि फोन मेरे पास है।
तो आपने पुलिस से कांटेक्ट किया था, किसी भी पुलिस से?
मैंने किसी से पुलिस से इसलिए कांटेक्ट नहीं किया। उसने बोला कि वो 2 दिन के लिए घूमने गई है और वो भी बहुत सी सही गई है और वो संडे को शाम तक आ जाएंगी। मैं सैटरडे संडे दोनों दिन से लगातार बात करता रहा। मैं कह निकी आई कर अभी नहीं आई। मैं खुद ढूंढने जा रहा हूँ उसको, मेरी बुआ का लड़का ढूंढने जा रहा है। ऐसे मेरे को गोली देते रहे। फिर मैंने जाके इसके पिताजी को फोन किया। इसके पिताजी ने फिर इसको कल मतलब मंडे को खुद ही शाम को पुलिस ने पकड़ा दिया।
किसके पिता ने?
साहिल के पिता ने।
अच्छा, मतलब आपने पुलिस से कांटेक्ट नहीं किया था?
इसके पिता ने खुद ही उसको वहां पर पकड़ा दिया और कल मेरे को सुबह पता लगा, पुलिस वालों का फोन आया मेरे पास कि तुम्हारी लड़की तो एक्सपायर हो चुकी है और इस ऐसे लड़के ने एक्सपायर कर दी और इसको हमने पकड़ा हुआ है, आ जाओ आप यहाँ पे।
So this is how the Delhi police managed to get some evidence, because eventually it was about mortal remains. Take a look now about what exactly happened. My colleague Himanshu Mishra is on the spot where the body of this young woman was found as well. This, remember, is about a family that has also been then searching for their daughter. India Today spoke to the family members and Nikki's father, who had a special conversation with India Today, and he's now demanding justice for her daughter and punishment strict for the accused.
सर, ये आपको कब जानकारी मिली कि निक्की की हत्या कर दी गई है?
कल सुबह मिली जी।
किसने बताया था?
पुलिस वालों को फोन आया था, क्राइम ब्रांच।
अच्छा सर, पुलिस क्राइम ब्रांच का कहना है कि जो निक्की है, साहिल है, वो दोनों एक दूसरे को 2018 से जानते थे और दोनों ही के परिवार वालों को इसकी जानकारी थी, इस रिलेशनशिप की। तो आप लोगों को
कोई जानकारी नहीं दी, हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं दी।
अच्छा, दूसरा ये भी कि जो निक्की है वो गोवा जाने वाली थी 10 फरवरी को, उसने फ्लाइट का टिकट भी बुक करा लिया था।
हमें नहीं पता जी कुछ भी।
सर, अब ये जो घटना हो गई है तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
क्राइम ब्रांच ने आपको कल जब फोन किया था तो क्या आपको जानकारी दी थी?
हमारे को यही बोला कि भाई यहाँ बिंदापुर थाने में आ जाओ, मेरे को फोन करके बोला। फिर मैं वहां गया, वहां से मेरे को इधर ले आए अपना मित्राओं में, जहाँ पे उसकी हत्या करी गई है लड़की की।
अच्छा।
वहां आके मेरे को बोला क्या नाम है, एक बार हॉस्पिटल चलना पड़ेगा, एक डेड बॉडी मिली हमें, आप एक बार उसको पहचान लो, वो आपकी बेटी तो नहीं है जी। फिर मेरे को यहाँ रावतुल्ला राम अस्पताल में लाया गया, यहाँ पे मुजफ्फरपुर में जी। आज मैंने देखा तो मेरी बेटी की डेड बॉडी थी।
को रिकवर करना, उसकी फोरेंसिक जांच कराना, फ़ोन्स में जो भी डाटा है उसको रिकवर करेंगे, और जो जहाँ वो उसको घुमा के लेके गया मर्डर के दौरान, वहाँ की कोशिश कर रहे हैं अगर सीसीटीवी फुटेज वगैरह मिल जाए, हालांकि रात का समय है, तो वो सारे साक्ष्य हम जुटा रहे हैं। लेकिन जो बॉडी हमने टाइमली उसके डिस्पोज होने से पहले रिकवर कर ली, वो बहुत बड़ा काम हो गया है जो उसको फिक्स कर देगा और ट्रायल में हमारी काफ़ी मदद करे।
So how was the body recovered as well? It was in the fridge in a dhaba. Here our ground report by my colleague Himanshu Mishra.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं बाबा हरिदास नगर पुलिस स्टेशन में, और ये जो गाड़ी आप सफेद रंग की देख रहे हैं, यही वो वरना कार है जो साहिल गहलोत की है। ये गोवा का रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर है, आप देखिए। इसी गाड़ी में वो रात में घूम रहा था, 9 और 10 की रात, और उसके बाद उसने कॉल करके निक्की यादव को बुलाया। निक्की यादव जब पहुंचती है तो इसी गाड़ी में दोनों दिल्ली की सड़कों पर घूमते रहते हैं। 9 तारीख को इसकी सगाई हो गई थी साहिल गहलोत की, लेकिन 10 को शादी थी। जब ये जानकारी निक्की को लगी तो निक्की और साहिल के बीच झगड़ा शुरू हो गया और निक्की लगातार दबाव बना रही थी। अब पुलिस को यह कहना है कि इसी दौरान जब झगड़ा हुआ तो गाड़ी के अंदर ही जो मोबाइल का चार्जर होता है उसके तार से गला दबा करके हत्या कर दी, और उसके बाद आगे वाली सीट पे, आप देखिए जो आगे वाली आप सीट देख रहे हैं जहां पर आपको इस वक्त कुछ कपड़े नजर आएंगे, इसी सीट पर निक्की की लाश को लेकर के वो दिल्ली की सड़क पर घूमता रहा, और काफी दूर तक घूमने के बाद वो मित्राओं गांव अपने उस ढाबे पे पहुंचा जो ढाबा पिछले काफी वक्त से बंद था। वहां पर वो इस गाड़ी को लेकर के पहुंचा और जो फ्रिज था उसके ढाबे में, क्योंकि उसे पता था कि वहां पर उसने जो फ्रिज रखा है उस फ्रिज में उसने ले जा करके बॉडी को छिपा दिया, और फिर 10 तारीख की अपनी शादी की तैयारियों में जुट गया, शादी की। लेकिन इसकी जानकारी पुलिस को लग गई, और क्राइम ब्रांच को जब जानकारी लगी तो क्राइम ब्रांच ने टेक्निकल सर्विलांस के जरिए दोनों की लोकेशन को एस्टेब्लिश किया। उसके बाद पुलिस साहिल तक पहुंची और साहिल को लेकर के उसके ढाबे पर पहुंची। फिर पुलिस ने इस कार को सीज किया। फोरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट के जरिए इस कार की जांच कराई जा चुकी है। फ्रिज को पुलिस ने सीज कर लिया है और इस पूरे मामले में फिलहाल आगे की कार्रवाई जारी है। लेकिन ये कार इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में एक अहम सबूत है। क्राइम ब्रांच ने जब इसकी जांच शुरू की, निक्की के फोन की लोकेशन निकाली, डिटेल निकाली, तो सबसे ज्यादा कॉल डिटेल उनकी जब गहलोत के बारे में मिली तो फौरन पुलिस ने गहलोत के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन निकाली, और उसके बाद ये पता लगा कि गहलोत की तो 10 फरवरी को शादी थी और 9 और 10 फरवरी की रात से ही मिसिंग है लड़की। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने जब सारी लोकेशंस निकाली तो कश्मीरी गेट के आसपास से निक्की का फोन स्विच ऑफ था, जहां पर शक है, अंदेशा है कि वहीं पर जो मोबाइल का जो चार्जर होता है उस चार्जर से गला दबाकर उसने हत्या की। फिर उसके बाद ये ढाबा जो देख रही हैं आप, ये मित्राओं विलेज है, बाहरी दिल्ली का ये इलाका है, नजफगढ़ के आगे ये ढाबा है। ये बंद सा इलाका है, ये ऐसा नहीं कि ये ढाबा वर्किंग है। यहाँ पर एक फ्रिज में ला करके उसने निक्की की लाश को रख दी थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी थी। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि किस तरीके से उसकी आगे प्लानिंग क्या थी, वो बॉडी को कैसे ठिकाने लगाने वाला था, वो किसी की मदद लेने वाला था या फिर खुद ही वो कोई तरीका अपनाता, लाश के टुकड़े करता, उसकी क्या योजना थी, इसके बारे में फिलहाल साहिल से पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है।
So we tried to analyze what exactly had happened and tried to prepare an illustration for you also to understand. It's absolutely shocking and a gruesome case of what happened. So it was in the vehicle on the day in the afternoon when both of them met. It was actually the girl, the live-in partner Nikki Yadav, who was asking constantly to Sahil Gehlot to meet up because she likely realized that he was getting married to someone else. They meet in the car. And that is where the argument ensues, and he uses perhaps what was available to him right away. It was a mobile phone cable, strangled her, she died. Now what do you do with the body? He then went, according to investigation details that are coming in, about 40 kilometers to a nearby village where there was a family-related, a dhaba, not very functional, but that is in the refrigerator where he dumped the body to take care of later possibly. According to the investigators, he then left. It was the call records the digital call records, the evidence, and some other digital trail that the investigators managed to snoop down. Absolutely horrifying. Let's bring in Amit Bhardwaj for the latest on that, on what exactly happened. Amit, you know, I was definitely hopeful that we will not have to cover a Shraddha Walkar-like case again. It could be an isolated incident, but it has happened again in a similar nature. So how did the police now, how are they planning to take this further? What is the family saying? And, you know, I cannot help but think also of the woman this guy had married on the same day that he killed another person.
Right, Pooja, there are too many questions for the investigative agency right now. The Delhi police is investigating the entire matter. The family of the deceased is in a state of shock, as well as they are angry. They believe that justice will be delivered to them only when the accused in the case, which is Sahil Gehlot, is sentenced to death. You know, on the other side, there are questions for the girl who married Sahil Gehlot on the day when he was, you know, in the first half of the day, he was busy getting rid of the dead body, which of his former partner, whom he had himself killed in the white Verna car that he was driving. So there are many angles, emotional angles to this story, but as far as the investigative agency, which is Delhi Police Crime Branch in this case, is concerned, for them there are two big questions as well, as to whether Sahil had pre-planned the entire murder sequence, whether there was a pre-planned conspiracy, or did the crime happen in a fit of rage. Because, look, you have a strange couple out here, Nikki meeting Sahil Gehlot. Apparently, she was angry over the entire, development that she was kept in dark about Sahil Gehlot's marriage. She didn't want him to get married to some other women. And that on the intervening night of 9th and 10th of Feb, Sachin Gehlot decides to murder Nikki in the very car in which they had met. So clearly the Delhi police now will try to ascertain whether there was a pre-planned conspiracy or did it happen in fit of rage. And also, Pooja, whether somebody assisted Sahil Gehlot in this particular case as well. Back to you.
So it's also very interesting to mention how the Delhi police managed to eventually find the trail and nab him while he was busy getting married to another woman. It's absolutely horrifying. Remember, two families also of the two girls here that we are talking about. One dead and one got married to a man who's now being seen as a killer. What exactly happened? So Delhi police arrested a man for allegedly killing his 22-year-old live-in partner. Investigation is currently on. He's an accused right now. This for storing her body in a refrigerator in a dhaba in Najafgarh in Delhi. Here's a report about how his name eventually cropped up.
A murder that shook the nation. A 27-year-old woman allegedly killed by her live-in partner. Her body chopped up, pieces stored in a fridge for months. A Shraddha Walkar type murder is sending chills down the spine again. Police have arrested a 26-year-old man for allegedly killing his girlfriend. According to police, the accused, Sahil Gehlot, strangled Nikki Yadav with a data cable in his car on the intervening night of February 9-10 at Delhi's ISBT. Drove the body to the Najafgarh area and stuffed it into a refrigerator at a dhaba owned by a person he knew.
निक्की यादव की और साहिल की बहस हुई। निक्की यादव चाहती थी कि उनके साथ शादी करे। वो कर नहीं सकता था शादी क्योंकि उसने तो मंगनी कहीं और कर ली थी एक दिन पहले। अगले दिन उनकी शादी 10 तारीख को शाम को कहीं और तय थी। तो वो उस बात को अग्री नहीं कर रहा था और वो नाराज़ थी, तो उसने उसको अपने रास्ते से हटाने के लिए इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया।
The motive behind this murder, the woman's insistence that Sahil Gehlot marry her. He did not. Instead, the man married another woman hours after killing his girlfriend. A tip led the police to the dhaba. Investigators recovered the body from the refrigerator inside.
9 और 10 की रात को ही अंजाम दिया गया है, गाड़ी में ही अंजाम दिया गया है। एग्जैक्टली कौन सी जगह थी, कौन सी स्पॉट थी, वो अभी हम सीसीटीवी वगैरह एनालाइज करेंगे, देखेंगे, चेक करेंगे, तब पता चलेगा।
a grim reminder of vulnerability to ruthless crimes, even in the most unlikely of places like a busy interstate bus terminal in the national capital. With Arvind Oja in New Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
An aviation deal for the record books in history. Air India has sealed the record order for 470 Airbus Boeing jets in a whopping multi-billion-dollar deal, making it the largest shopping event in commercial aviation history in the whole world. What exactly happened and who does it involve? Remember, we're talking about India, United States of America and France. Details in this report.
250 Airbus aircraft, 220 Boeing planes. Air India's multi-billion-dollar deal is the biggest ever aviation deal in the world. The Tata Group on Tuesday announced a massive order for 250 aircraft from Airbus. It includes 140 A320, 70 A321neo, 40 A350. The mega deal was announced in a video conference with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, French President Emmanuel Macron and Ratan Tata.
2.5 बिलियन यूरो के निवेश से बन रहे इस प्रोजेक्ट में भी टाटा और एयरबस की साझेदारी है। मुझे ये जानकर भी खुशी है कि फ्रेंच कंपनी साफरान विमानों के इंजन की सर्विस के लिए भारत में सबसे बड़ी MRO फैसिलिटी स्थापित कर रही है।
Is that Airbus is contributing to the outstanding development of India, and the new 250 aircrafts which will be delivered to Air India will be one more step in this direction. There is a deep commitment in France to provide the state-of-the-art, the most efficient technologies available to India, and to be part of your Made in India strategy.
250 aircrafts, 40 of them on the wide body A350, which we will use to fly all ultra-long distance across the globe.
As part of its historic expansion, Air India is also purchasing 220 planes from Boeing. It includes 190 737 MAX, 20 of the 787 Dreamliners, and 10 mini jumbo 777X. Soon after the deal was announced, Prime Minister Modi dialed US President Joe Biden. Biden said that the landmark deal will help support 1 million American jobs in 44 US states. The leaders welcomed the landmark agreement between Air India and Boeing, a shining example of mutually beneficial cooperation. Tata Sons, India's oldest and largest conglomerate, regained ownership of the debt-laden Air India last year and is now seeking to reinvent itself by expanding its operations and modernizing its fleet. Bureau Report, India Today.
So if you're wondering what changes for you, I have some of the details that we've spoken to aviation experts about and compiled for you. For example, it is very likely with the number of jets increasing that the air tickets may actually get cheaper, and we all will be, of course, hoping for that. But what does it mean for the in-flight experience? It's definitely likely to get better for passengers. Remember, these will include newer facilities and, of course, refurbished changes as well. Apart from that, when new aircrafts come from Airbus to Boeing jets, this will have 20% fewer emissions, and amid the climate change debate, that's a welcome step too. But it will also strengthen, remember, importantly, the aviation sector in national infrastructure. For India, it will be a step up for our commercial aviation industry. It will make India then the third largest aviation market. It will, of course, help our country grow primarily in double digit. And with the aviation industry growing, it will attract many more tourists and, of course, for a larger global scale. But it will make also India as a regional aviation maintenance hub, and the agenda will be to, of course, slowly and simultaneously include the Atmanirbhar aspects of it. But with this, it's not just enough, we are being told. It's already almost touched 500, but Air India has been given an option to buy additional 70 jets if required. So here's hoping that with about Boeing's and the Airbus included, it could add on. But there are, of course, some questions too. Will the flying actually become affordable with this deal, and on which aircraft will that be applicable and which route, domestic or international, and for what areas? Then the competition, of course, will also make the air tickets cheaper, but is it really going to be in paper, and how is that going to be put forth in a strategy? But new age jets, are they safer? Will it be a luxurious experience or not? But eventually it will be about the rivals too. It will be competition in the aviation industry. Will the rivals be forced to overhaul the fleet completely? Will it be all and only about the new aircraft? Will the new aircraft force the raising of ticket prices? So these are, of course, some of the questions that we will be looking at. But will this deal make India the most preferred airline to travel to? And Air India will need that overhaul after all that decades. Of course, Tatas will want that, Air India will want that, and India will definitely be looking forward to that. I'm heading into a very short break, but when I return, we take you to the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. 26 hours on, it is still the raid, survey, surge, whatever you want to call it, is still on. The IT sleuths are at the offices in Delhi and Mumbai. Let's bring you the latest after a very short break.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. Now, Business Today presents the future.
Could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine.
BT produces a cover with an AI avatar of Pichan on its 31st anniversary issue. Visit businesstoday.in/subscribe and subscribe now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
The income tax department searches are still on at the BBC offices 26 hours later. From Delhi to Mumbai, the sleuths have been conducting the survey, as they're calling it, at the BBC office. Started in Tuesday afternoon over alleged tax irregularities by the British broadcaster. Now, sources have informed India today that the searches have been and are likely to continue for the next 3 days too. Amid all this, BBC has sent 2 communications to employees. The company has asked the BBC employees to be ready for questioning if asked for by the officials and corporate in the ongoing investigations. Sources have also told India today that the BBC is under the department's radar for a reason, and that reason, according to the IT department sources, is for allegedly flouting tax laws, mismatch in transfer pricing, diverting significant amount of profits, and evading, importantly, earlier income tax notices for international tax irregularities. Politically, there are also allegations on one side of a Chinese firm's funding, while the opposition says this is because they have been reporting against Prime Minister Modi.
बीबीसी के दिल्ली ऑफिस में इनकम टैक्स का सर्वे लगातार जारी है। पूरी रात इनकम टैक्स की टीम बीबीसी के दफ्तर के खासतौर से अकाउंट ऑफिस में मौजूद थी और उनका सर्वे का काम अभी भी जारी है। मंगलवार की दोपहर 11:20 पर इनकम टैक्स के तकरीबन 15 से 20 अधिकारी यहां पहुंचते हैं। सीधे वो टीम जो है वो पहुंचती है बीबीसी के अकाउंट ऑफिस में और अकाउंट ऑफिस में वहां पर 12 बजे से उनका काम शुरू हो जाता है। इस दौरान एडिटोरियल के भी जो कर्मचारी थे वो मौजूद थे, लेकिन धीरे धीरे एडिटोरियल के जो कर्मचारी थे वो अपने घरों के लिए निकल गए और उसके बाद बीबीसी की तरफ से कहा गया कि उनका पूरा काम जो एडिटोरियल का है वो लगातार चलता रहेगा। उनके कर्मचारियों से कहा गया है कि वो वर्क फ्रॉम होम करें, लेकिन हर एक खबर, हर एक अपडेट उनकी तरफ से की जाती रहेगी।
And tracking the IT department and why the tax department sleuths are still there and the politics of it, Aishwarya Paliwal is right outside the BBC office in Delhi. Aishwarya, so what are we expecting for these searches to continue till when? Any word yet from the IT department? And do tell us about BBC's communication also to its employees.
Well, Pooja, let me tell you, the BBC has said that all those employees who are inside, the questions that the IT department officials are asking them, those questions should be answered. However, there's also a fair warning which has been given by the BBC London office to those who are working in India. Let me just show you, what's taking place around me. The doors, Pooja, at the moment have been opened up. They have been opened up because, those people who are working in, other places, those people have now been asked, in case they want to step out, those people are now being asked to step out. However, 5th floor and 7th floor, Pooja, at the moment are being cornered off. No one is allowed to go inside. Those who are working in other offices, those people are now being allowed, to go outside. The IT department, we are expecting, Pooja, that they will give out some kind of official statement very soon. However, we are not very sure what the statement will be. The officials are still inside, which means, Pooja, it is 24 hours and counting, since the simultaneous surveys are taking place in both the national capital and in Bombay. We are expecting these surveys to continue at least till tonight. Pooja.
All right, so Aishwarya will be tracking all the latest on that. Meanwhile, remember, that's the finance part of it and the politics that's raging. But it's been a full-on political showdown. While the sleuths are still at the BBC offices and trying to get documents and evidence, opposition is all guns blazing at the centre for trying to allegedly muzzle free speech. They're alleging that the British broadcaster is being hounded only because there was a docu-series on Prime Minister Modi. The government has also hit back and declared that nobody is above law. Congress slammed the centre, saying this is undeclared emergency and that this is brazenly hounding those who speak the truth. While the opposition is saying that, government has also jumped in. Union Minister Anurag Thakur said no organisation individual is above the law, and IT department will also come out with the details soon. Listen in now to all the comments that have been coming in from the netas.
इनकम टैक्स विभाग समय समय पर जहां पर अनियमितताएं पाई जाती हैं वहाँ पर सर्वेस करता है और जब ये सर्वे का काम पूरा होता है तब वो अपना एक प्रेस नोट या प्रेस ब्रीफिंग करके जानकारी देते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है जब ये इनकम टैक्स विभाग का सर्वे पूरा होगा वो जानकारी पूरी आपको डिटेल में दे देंगे और कोई भी देश में न्याय से ऊपर तो या हमारी जो कानून व्यवस्था है उससे ऊपर तो कोई नहीं हो सकता।
मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि कांग्रेस इसे छापा पड़ी बीबीसी पर तकलीफ हो रही है कांग्रेस पे। वही कांग्रेस है जो मेरे बिहार में कहावत है कि चलनी दूसरे सूप को, जिसमें सहस्त्र छेद, ये इमरजेंसी लगा करके पूरे लोकतंत्र को शर्मसार करने का काम किया। ये किसका राज था? बीबीसी पर प्रतिबंध किसने लगाया था? ये किसका राज था?
अब बीबीसी पे हमला किया है। बीबीसी की क्रेडिबिलिटी एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी है, देश में दुनिया के अंदर एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी है ये। आज भी गाँव के लोग जो है बीबीसी सुनते हैं और ये कहते हैं हाँ बीबीसी में न्यूज आ गई। मैं 40 साल से देख रहा हूँ, बीबीसी में रेडियो न्यूज हो, टीवी में आने लग गई, तो आज भी लोगों में उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। कारण बताना चाहिए देशवासियों को, भाई आपने बीबीसी की जैसी संस्था को भी आपने टारगेट क्यों बनाया है?
विश्व में पहली बार बीबीसी के 100 साल के इतिहास में उन पर इस प्रकार की कोई छापामारी और रेड हुई है। और उनका कसूर क्या था? उन्होंने एक गुजरात के दंगों की डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई थी जिसमें कि सभी का पक्ष रखा था।
It's a developing story. We'll continue to get you the latest on that. But moving on for now, Assam government has sparked an unholy political war, as it looks like. Himanta Biswa government had a Mahashivratri advertisement in the eye of the storm now. What happened? There was an advertisement that claimed that the Bhimashankar temple is the 6th Jyotirlinga among the 12 Jyotirlingas, and it is in Assam's Kamrup. But it has irked opposition, specifically Netas in Maharashtra who are gunning for the BJP. Now, it's believed that the Bhimashankar temple in Pune district, which is the 6th Jyotirlinga as is commonly known among the 12. But Shiv Sena leader Aditya Thackeray came down heavily on the BJP and said this is hatred and rift between religion and states for the sake of dirty politics. Surprisingly, in similar vein, Maharashtra BJP has also condemned Assam government, underscoring the ad that will not be tolerated, and added that a newspaper ad does not change reality and truth.
एक निश्चित आहे, आज बघितलं असेल आपण, अनेक लोकांनी चिंता व्यक्त केलेली आहे की जसं इथून उद्योग देखील गेले तसं इथून आता मंदिरं देखील दुसऱ्या राज्यात नेत आहेत का? काय झालं? प्रत्येक राज्यातल्या मंदिरांबद्दल आदर असतो, आम्ही पण अनेक वेगळ्या मंदिरांमध्ये वेगळ्या राज्यात जात असतो, पण जे ज्योतिर्लिंग आहे भीमाशंकरचं ते आपल्या महाराष्ट्रात आहे आणि ह्याचं आदर आपण करणं गरजेचं आहे. तिथे पण असेल ज्योतिर्लिंग, त्याचा पण आदर आम्ही करतो, पण नुसतं महाराष्ट्राला घेऊन सतत आणि महाराष्ट्राला मागे ढकलायचं हा वाद पण निर्माण करू नका. या देशात आत्ताच्या काळात अनेक वाद निर्माण झालेले आहेत, पण एकाच धर्मामध्ये आणि राज्यांमध्ये वाद निर्माण करणं हे किती योग्य आणि ह्या गलिच्छ राजकारणासाठी.
एखाद्या वृत्तपत्रातल्या जाहिरातीने वास्तव आणि सत्य बदलत नसतं. भीमाशंकर हे 6वं ज्योतिर्लिंग महाराष्ट्रातच आहे आणि केंद्र सरकारकडे सुद्धा तशीच नोंद आहे. आसाम सरकारच्या या प्रकाराचा आम्ही निषेधच करू आणि हे प्रकार खपवून घेतलेच जाणार नाही. पण ज्या महाविकास आघाडीच्या लोकांनी 2 वर्ष आमच्या देवांना कोंडून ठेवलं आणि मंदिरांवर सगळ्यात जास्त अन्याय केला, त्या लोकांनी मंदिरांवर बोलणं म्हणजे 100 चूहे खाके बिल्ली चली हज अशी गंमत आहे.
महाराष्ट्र से जो प्रोजेक्ट्स थे वो गुजरात जा रहे थे. आप कह रहे हैं हमारे ज्योतिर्लिंग भी, यानी हमारे मंदिर, हमारे आस्था का प्रतीक भी दूसरे राज्यों में जा रहे हैं. कह रहे जो 6ठा ज्योतिर्लिंग था वो तो महाराष्ट्र से असम में जा रहा है. आपको क्या लगता है सर?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है ऐसा कुछ जानने का विषय नहीं. जो उद्योग होते हैं, प्राइवेट उद्योग होते हैं, किसको कहाँ उद्योग करना है वो अपना अपना तय करते हैं. जहाँ फैसिलिटीज मिलती है वहाँ उद्योगपति जाते हैं. जिस तरह अभी योगी आदित्यनाथ जी आए थे, मुंबई के कई उद्योगपतियों ने यूपी में भी मतलब उद्योग लगाने का तय किया है. बाहर के देशों के उद्योग यहाँ आते हैं और यहाँ के कोई मंदिर या यहाँ के देव बाहर जा रहे हैं ऐसा मुझे लगता ना नहीं है. लेकिन ये चर्चा खामखा सरकार को बदनाम करने वाली चर्चा.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की महाराष्ट्र के प्रति जो ईर्ष्या की भावना है वो छुपी नहीं है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सरकारों के कार्यकाल में महाराष्ट्र से बहुत सारे उद्योग छीने गए हैं. महाराष्ट्र का महत्व कम करने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है. अभी तो इसके आगे बढ़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता या महाराष्ट्र से, महाराष्ट्र के पवित्र स्थल, महाराष्ट्र की धरोहर, महाराष्ट्र की संस्कृति को और धार्मिक भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं.
All right, so this clearly has become an issue. Remember, commonly, although there has been a belief that it was in Maharashtra, in Pune, where the 6th Jyotirlinga of the Bhimshankar is. But quoting historical scriptures, which is also written and shown in the advertisement shared by the Assam government, there is a line, and they're quoting that to say that the Devtas were praying, and that is where in Kamrup, in Assam, where the 6th Jyotirlinga is being seen as, and that is why they are attracting, whether it's religious devotees or tourists, for that area in Kamrup. And now it has become a huge debate of where is the real 6th Jyotirlinga. I'm heading into a very short commercial break, but when I return, I take you to Canada. Another disturbing vandalism and attack on a Hindu temple. This clearly looks like an anti-Hindu hate that is raging on. It's turning alarming. We take you through some of the vandalizing slogans that have been painted on temples and a demand by the Indian diaspora to catch the culprits.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Another disturbing vandalism on a Hindu temple in Canada has taken place. Remember, in Canada and Australia, there are repeated attempts to vandalize. The fact is, this is now making the Indian diaspora live in fear because the slogans are similar. Miscreants this time vandalized a Ram temple with anti-India and pro-Khalistan graffiti. The miscreants wrote anti-Modi, anti-Hindu, anti-Bharat slogans as well. There was, interestingly, even pro-BBC graffiti painted on the temple walls. But this is not the first time. And not the first time in Canada. There are temples that have been defaced with anti-India, pro-Khalistan slogans that have been found. In January, remember, anti-India paintings cropped up on a Hindu temple in Brampton, sparking outrage from the Indian diasporan community. Before that, in September 22, Swaminarayan Temple in Canada again was defaced by Canadian Khalistani extremists with anti-India graffiti. Now, the BJP and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad are demanding strict action against perpetrators of the latest attack from the Ontario government to take cognizance of this matter But not just this. Consulate General of India has also given out a statement strongly condemning the incident and are demanding a prompt action. Remember, with these are alarming signals of what is happening and how there are Hindu temples being vandalized. There have been physical attacks also in Australia. For example, we spoke to some members of the diaspora, and these are the reactions also coming in. Let's first look at the political reactions.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मिसिसॉगा में जैसे राम मंदिर पर भारत विरोधी नारे लगे, कनाडा में मंदिर तोड़ा गया, ये कुछ और नहीं, इनकी खींच निकल रही है और ये बहुत कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, पर ये जो है इनकी भी अलग से पहचान हो रही है और ये बताया जा रहा है कि अभी भी भारत में जिस प्रकार से भारत विरोधी लोग पनपते हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं जाके अपना प्रतिरोध व्यक्त करते हैं, अपना विरोध व्यक्त करते हैं, जो एक तरह से धार्मिक दृष्टि से भी ठीक नहीं है और एक कानून की दृष्टि से भी ठीक नहीं है.
We strongly condemn the persistent attacks on Hindu temples in Canada. These incidents must now stop immediately, and the Canadian government should take severe, immediate and stringent action against those perpetrators who are doing these sinful acts.
The shocking fact is that these vandalizing has not been done just in Canada but also in Australia in a similar fashion. Hindu temples, remember, have been targeted on multiple occasions in Victoria and Melbourne in the recent past. I spoke to Amendra Kumar Singh, president of the Australian Hindu Association. This is what he had to say.
The hatred of Hindus is the fuel that keeps the Khalistan movement burning. This is a well thought out strategy. It's a two-pronged strategy. Firstly, hold these bogus referendums, and secondly, attack Hindus physically, their places of worship, and in an attempt to intimidate them and to silence them.
Right, and we do hope that both in Canada and Australia, the authorities take cognizance of this matter because this looks like a disturbing rise. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned to indiatoday.in where you can find all the latest updates. Thank you.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
So sorry.
बाबू सोना मैं ना चाहूं, मैं तो चाहूं दर्शन तेरा, तू जो तू दे प्यार से मेरी सेहत बन जाए, आजा गैया बाहों में वैलेंटाइन को न मनाऊं, मैं तेरे प्यार को ही पाऊं, गैया गैया हे मैया मुझको तू इतना हक दे, तेरी सेवा करूं ये अनुभव अलग दे, वैलेंटाइन तेरे चरणों पर अर्पित है, बस एक बार तू मुझको हक दे। I love you भैया, मोरी मैया।
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Lunch Break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's quickly begin first with the headlines at the top of 2. It's a chilling replay of Shraddha's murder. This time, the girlfriend killed, body stored in a refrigerator of a dhaba. That's not all. He then goes on to marry another woman on day of the murder. Income tax searches at the BBC for over 26 hours. Sources say searches may be on for the next 3 days. BBC asks employees to cooperate if required. Where is the real 6th Jyotirlinga? Assam government advertisement claims the Jyotirlinga is in Kamrup in Assam, but Uddhav Sena in Maharashtra claims it is in Pune. Says first projects taken away by the BJP, now even gods are being taken away by us. Karnataka BJP chief Nalin Patil soaks controversy, says we worship Ram and Hanuman, not Tipu Sultan. The ones who chase Tipu will be pushed out. The national investigation cracks down on terror in South India. Raids across 60 locations in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, 45 locations in Karnataka over radicalization with videos of the ISIS. The death toll in Turkey and Syria continues to escalate. 40,000 people estimated to have lost their life, but there have been also some who've been found alive, while rescue efforts are on for over 200 hours now. In election-bound Karnataka, the political discourse is just going lower. With assembly elections approaching, now the Karnataka BJP chief Nalin Kumar Katil has stoked a Tipu Sultan versus Hanuman Rao. What happened? Katil, remember, recently reiterated that BJP's main election agenda has now gone to attacking Tipu Sultan. This time he's asking voters in Koppal to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan. He's urging voters to drive the Tipu sympathizers out of Koppal, saying the land was only for Lord Hanuman and Lord Ram's devotees. But this is after Tipu Sultan's descendants urged BJP and the Congress to keep his name out of politics or face a defamation suit.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ? ಸಂಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನ ಬೇಕಾ, ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪುಣ್ಯ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸವಾಲಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಉಳಿಬಾರ್ದು, ರಾಮನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಬೇಕು, ಹನುಮಂತನ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ತಾನೇ? ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇಲ್ಲರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ್ದು.
He is a madman. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
Let's go across now to Anaga Keshav. She's joining me live in this telecast. Anaga, this, it also saddens one because more than the civic issues that are of importance, it's these issues that are cropping up in Karnataka elections. What exactly did he say and how is the opposition charging back at him?
That's right, Pooja. More than the civic issues, it is the communal politics that is taking the center stage in Karnataka. Remember, despite the fact that Tipu's descendants requested politicians to keep Tipu's name out of it and not use their ancestors' name for political points, Netas are still using Tipu's name to score political points.
Anaga, I'll have to interrupt you right now. I apologize. We have some big breaking news coming in and I need to take that. This is big news. An army man has been beaten to death and cops are on the lookout for a Dravida Munetru Karagam councillor. A DMK councillor is being accused of beating a soldier to death. This is the Krishnagiri, where the police are on a lookout for a DMK councillor for the murder of an army man. What we are being told is that on 8th of February, 33-year-old Prabhakaran from Pochampalli had an argument with a 50-year-old Chinnaswamy over washing clothes near a water tank. Chinnaswamy happened to be the councillor for the municipality there. Now, Chinnaswamy, along with 9 men, then allegedly attacked Prabhakaran and his brother Prabhu on the same night. Based on Prabhu's complaint now, who appears to also be the eyewitness, cops have arrested 6 men and also including Chinnaswamy's son Raja Pandi. But Prabhakaran, who was undergoing treatment in a private hospital, succumbed to the injuries. Now, Nagarsam Patti police have now registered murder charges, are on the lookout for Chinnaswamy. It's a DMK councillor. Remember, it's an elected individual right now from Dravida Munetru Karagam. It's directly now on the door of MK Stalin because it's the death of a soldier and on an issue of washing clothes. I want to quickly bring in India Today's Pramod Madhav for the latest on that. Pramod, this could escalate very big. What exactly happened? What are the details you're picking up? And Chinnaswamy clearly appears to be
definitely on the run. It's a very unfortunate incident that has occurred at Krishnagiri. Just like you mentioned, this is a location called as Pochampalli, and Prabhakaran and his brother Prabhu both serve in the army, and they had a kind of an altercation with Chinnaswamy, who was the councillor of the area, over washing clothes next to a Sintex tank, which is like a tank that distributes drinking water. But nobody expected that turn into a huge altercation where nearly 9 men go ahead and started beating Prabhakaran. In fact, later it was Prabhakaran's brother Prabhu who had filed the case. Earlier it was filed as a case of men beating up Prabhakaran, but unfortunately Prabhakaran passed away yesterday in the hospital, and now police have changed the case into murder charges. For now, Gurumurthy, who was with armed reserve, Manikandan, Vediyappan, Madhayan Rajapalli, who is the son of Chinnasamy, and Gunanidhi have been arrested. The police are on the lookout for the others, including Chinnasamy.
Pramod, I request you to please stay on because BJP's Narayan Tirupati is joining me. This is not just about an altercation leading to murder. This is about a DMK councillor, a Neta. He should be leading by example. He lands up with 9 to 10 men. What exactly will the BJP now be taking? How will this take it forward? What do you think MK Stalin should do in this matter?
See, right from the day one DMK came to power, they are taking law into their own hands. And they are doing all these kinds of violence throughout Tamil Nadu. This is what is happening. In fact, the DMK ministers have been instigating, provoking the DMK cadres to attack or, even our state president, Mr. Annamalai's hand. They said that they will chop off Mr. Annamalai's hand. And, one DMK Neta was telling that he will send terrorists to Kashmir and kill the governor of Tamil Nadu. And one more Neta, the organizing secretary of DMK, said that even if a murder happens in assembly, there will be no case. So that is the mindset of DMK. And they are taking the, law into their own hands and they are doing all these things. DMK, the Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin, should definitely deal with an iron hand with these people. But
complete silence for now. I cannot see anywhere, Mr. Narayan Tirupati, a statement coming in from MK Stalin. There has to be an immediate condemnation and an assurance to the family that there will be action taken.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing will come because they all know that the DMK is known for its violent activities. And the police department's hands are tied by the politicians, by the ruling party. I think the time has come for Mr. Stalin to act immediately, and this person, the councillor, should be arrested immediately.
What do you think right now? Because it appears that he's absconding for now, clearly realizing what had happened. But do you think this should be seen as an isolated incident that happened between two groups or two men, or this is reflective of perhaps bigger issues there in the state of Tamil Nadu?
No, see, I don't treat this as an isolated incident because where from that, the mood to kill comes, it is because of the power they are enjoying. And this is because of the party's influence with the police. And that is why these people are indulging in all these things. How dare they can, organize, say, 9 people and go and, kill an army man. So definitely this is not an isolated incident or an emotional thing. But definitely this is because of the power they enjoy.
All right, Mr. Narayan Tirupati from the BJP saying that this is clearly not just about an individual incident, that there is much more. And importantly, what is MK Stalin saying right now? There's complete silence, conspicuous by silence basically. He's the chief minister, he's the senior most Neta. And here to mention what happened, the argument was over because the soldier, the man you see by the name of Prabhakaran, objected to Chinnaswamy, who happened to be the DMK councillor. He told them that they were washing clothes near a water tank. A very fair reason to object because a water tank that could be used for drinking water purposes, that there were clothes being washed. He must likely had objected to it. It turned into an argument, turned into a bigger issue where Chinnaswamy landed up with 9 men and started to thrash Prabhakaran and his brother Prabhu. Prabhakaran succumbed to his injuries from the armed forces, and that clearly is going to become a bigger issue. We'll see if there's a statement coming in from the armed forces too on this, but it is imperative that the government assures the family and ensures that Chinnaswamy and justice is provided in this case. We want to stay on this big story coming in because there are constantly reactions coming in. Just to give you a background, if you have tuned in just now to India Today. This is the Pochampalli area where the police are looking for Dravida Munnetra Kazhagам's municipal councillor and 9 others. Some arrests have taken place. These were the men who beat up Prabhakaran, the one you see on your screen, a soldier in the Indian Armed Forces. Chinnaswamy is 50 years old, Prabhakaran was 33, and then this argument followed near Pochampalli in the Krishnagiri district. He's the councillor from Nagojanhalli municipality, 1st ward, and belongs to the DMK, an elected councillor, a Neta. He should be leading by example. The issue objected because, just to give you a background, Prabhakaran was that there were clothes being washed near the tank. Chinnaswamy, and the argument started on that, turned into more than a verbal spat into perhaps much more worse and then turned into beating. So remember, this is a developing story. These are just initial information coming in. I'll try to get you more details on that. But started over a verbal issue, on an argument of washing clothes. We'll try and ascertain more facts about what exactly was happening, who objected, how did it turn into from a verbal dispute to literally assault on each other. But eventually, remember, it has led to the death of one man who belonged to the armed forces, and therefore the issue may escalate, and we'll try and get more details on that as well. All right, so just reiterating for our viewers here, this is what happened. It was 8th of February. 33-year-old Prabhakaran from Pochampalli had an argument with Chinnaswamy, who's the DMK councillor. The issue was washing clothes, and we'll try and ascertain details about who was washing clothes near the water tank, what happened, who objected, how did a verbal argument turn into a physical altercation. But this, after what we are being told, it turned much worse because Chinnaswamy landed up with 9 men who allegedly attacked Prabhakaran and his brother Prabhu, and Prabhakaran was undergoing treatment but succumbed to the death there, and now murder charges are being registered against him. Police is on the lookout for Chinnaswamy. Remember, a small issue about who and why was washing clothes turned into such a huge controversy that it landed from a verbal altercation to physical beating and death of one man. But because one is from the armed forces, another is a elected DMK councillor, that's the reason that it's becoming into a huge political showdown. The Bharatiya Janata Party already attacking the DMK, saying this is not an isolated incident. This is because they know they are in power. They can get away. They do not fear the rule of law. And that is the reason they are leading with these men to beat up other people. We'll quickly get in Pramod Madhav also for the latest on that. But the details that are coming in. Pramod, do tell us, so what exactly happened? Because there is some confusion with the details coming in, that there was an altercation over washing clothes, and that then turned into a full-on physical argument, an altercation and scuffle.
Absolutely. It looks like a kind of an altercation over washing clothes. That's the information we are getting currently. And both Prabhakaran and Chinnaswamy are from the same locality in Pochampalli. The information we are getting is that on 8th of this month, there was an issue where Prabhakaran and his brother were trying to wash clothes next to a tank that actually provides drinking water, and that turned out to be an altercation, and where Chinnaswamy, who is the councillor from the area, also has gone ahead, and their argument has immediately turned into a huge chaos because that same night, Prabhakaran and his brother were beaten up by 9 men. This is a complaint that has been given by Prabhu, who is the brother of Prabhakaran, based on which 6 people were already arrested, including the son of Chinnaswamy, that is Rajapandi. But unfortunately, as Prabhakaran succumbed to the injuries on yesterday, the case has been now changed, and they will look out for the other arrests. Already 6 people have been arrested. There are 3 more, including Chinnaswamy. Police are on the lookout of them. That's what the police tell us.
Any reaction yet from the government or the party? Because it will be now up to M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister, and the DMK to really assure the family. Any statement yet?
Well, the Chief Minister is currently at Salem, and we are also awaiting reaction from the DMK on this matter. It's very unfortunate such an incident has occurred where an army officer has died and apparently beaten up by Chinnaswamy and others. So we are waiting for reactions from DMK on this end.
Stay on with me, Pramod, because Kovai Satam is also joining me. He's from the AIDMK. Kovai, what exactly do you think the government needs to do? You know, it appears that there is silence, that whatever was the reason, actually it appears to be a small local issue that could have been resolved verbally and led to such an issue that a man is dead today.
Can't simply call it as a man is dead. He is Jawan. He is the one who protects us. And he himself doesn't have the safety in the state. This incident has certainly brought a disrepute and shame to Tamil Nadu. And this is DMK's culture. It runs in their blood. Not going by the law of the land, taking law into their own hands to any extent is their culture. And this is not the one such incident. There are many incidents like this where an elected representative takes law into their own hands, and the Chief Minister Stalin and the party head will remain as a mute spectator. They'll only end up in damage control exercise. by probably
Kova,
temporarily
the
suspending
incident
party
appears to have
cadres.
happened on 8th of February is what we are being told. He was undergoing treatment as well. It's 15th today. And yet it appears that no solid assurance has come from the ruling party.
It will not come. Because DMK uses police force as their puppets. They will not give the freedom to act as per the books of the law. Police are being used only to vendetta, only for vendetta politics. Only to avenge vendetta is what the police is all about. And MK Stalin is yet another proof that he is spineless when it comes to taking action against his own party men. This incident is certainly a shame to Tamil Nadu.
How do you think this, the family of the deceased victim also needs to be assured, compensated, ensured that, at some level, apart from the arrest that is expected, that ensure that the family is taken care of?
Certainly. This loss certainly is irreplaceable for the party, is for the family.
Yes.
The loss is certainly irreplaceable. Definitely not only a monetary aid. They have to be ensured that their future is being taken care. Probably the kids, or wife, or anybody who is dependent on this army men should be taken care.
The BJP has also been targeting the DMK over this, and we are waiting for a reaction from DMK. None has come yet. They are usually very vocal on other issues and to target the BJP. Therefore, do you think that the AIDMK or the BJP will be meeting the family, will be ensuring that they express their sympathies with the family members and take it up further, step up pressure on the government?
Yes, our leader is today in the Erode by-election rally. The news has been conveyed to him, waiting for his instruction. Probably, yes, definitely from our AIDMK side, we will take this up.
Right, thank you so much, Kovai Satyan, for the latest on that. So he's at a rally right now, the Chief Minister. Is he going to make a statement? Because that is what will be expected. An argument over washing clothes turned into a verbal spat and then a physical scuffle leading to the death of an individual who happened to be a soldier of this country. We're moving on to other stories as well. Karnataka Congress has launched a fresh attack against the BJP government. Congress Chief D.K. Shivkumar has alleged that the BJP government was hiking tenders by 100%. Shivkumar says Bommai gave 7 days time to his MLAs to distribute tenders to contractors in order to rake in money for the party because it's election time. Congress had warned the contractors and the BJP MLAs that they will cancel such tenders and take action against the contractors and BJP MLAs when they come to power, as in when the elections happen. But earlier, remember, BJP MLA Gulehati Shekhar had written to the government stating tenders worth 22,000 crore rupees have been allegedly illegally tendered in irrigation corporations. BJP is rubbishing allegations expectedly. They are saying produce evidence in the assembly or file a complaint with the Lokayukta if you are so sure. Don't make claims in the air. Here's what happened and all the reactions with it.
See, we have all documented evidences that government of Karnataka has enhanced the cost of the tender and very urgently they are allotting tender. They have given the powers for MLAs, ministers to collect money and find out their own contractors who can pay them money, who can pay them advances money.
These people have closed the institution itself. They have gone to the extent of closing the institution. Corruption was the hilt during Congress time, and all the cases are now being transferred to Lokayukta. First, let them answer on their corruption charges.
Our leaders addressed a press conference stating that the BJP MLA, an ex-minister, has written to the additional chief secretary of irrigation department stating that 22,000 crores worth of irregularities have happened in the irrigation department. That is KBJNL, KNNL, VJNL. It's BJP MLA who is stating that. He is also the chairman for the Bovi Development Corporation.
असेंबली चल रहा है, सबूत है तो सेशन में आरोप कर सकता है विथ रिकॉर्ड. सबूत है तो लोकायुक्त के पास जाकर के कंप्लेंट दे सकता है. सबूत है तो एसीपी के पास जाकर के कंप्लेंट दे सकता है. वो लोगों के पास सबूत नहीं है, केवल नेगेटिव नैरेटिव सेट करने के लिए कोशिश कर रहा है. उसके लिए वो लोग आरोप कर रहा है, उसके पास सबूत है ही नहीं. सबूत है ही नहीं. सबूत है तो कंप्लेंट करना.
करप्शन तो पूरे देश में बहुत वर्ष से है.
कर्नाटक में है.
कर्नाटक में कितना है, कितना परसेंटेज है, इसके बारे में अभी सर्वे नहीं हुआ है. सिर्फ कांग्रेस वाला ने बोल रहे,
मगर है.
हाँ, फिर भी उसको कोई विटनेस नहीं है। जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर एसोसिएशन वाले बोला था, अभी तक एक भी उसके पास साक्षी नहीं है। उसका प्रूव करने का जो एक सिस्टम है उसमें वो नहीं किया है, सिर्फ एलिगेशन करते हैं।
I will tell them the principal opposition party is the Congress. Till today, they are telling outside only. In the house, they have not raised a single issue and taken it to the logic end. So, if they are very serious, if they are very serious about the corruption, all those things, I agree. This is a corrupt government. But as a principal opposition party, they should take the issue in the house and take it to the logic end.
Violent communal clashes have broken out between two community groups in Jharkhand's Palamu district. Miscreants engaged in stone pelting and arson over a dispute over the construction of a makeshift gate on the account of the Mahashivratri. Now, this decorative gate that you're looking at was being built near a mosque on behalf of the Hindu side. However, it was refuted by the other side over the controversy and then escalated into a full-blown violence. These are disturbing visuals coming on your screen. Half a dozen people and police have received serious injuries in these clashes. Petrol bombs have also been hurled during the incident.
बाकी में जो आज की घटना घटी, उसकी सबसे पहले तो हम घोर निंदा करते हैं कि इसको कुछ षड्यंत्रकारी लोग कुछ जो तैयारी करके इस पार्टी को अशांत करने का काम किया है, उसकी हम निंदा करते हैं। और वैसे लोगों को जो चिन्हित हैं, जानबूझ करके इसको बदनाम करने के लिए पार्टी को इस प्रकार से काम किया है।
Let's get an update then from Ranchi from my colleague Satyajit. Satyajit, what exactly happened? These are disturbing visuals. What are you picking up about the details?
Of course, the visuals are very disturbing and it shows how people react. They have become more reactive on subtle issues also.
Yes.
Gate was built for the occasion of Mahashivratri, which is scheduled on February 18th, and that was the issue of dispute. That became the issue of dispute. What we gather and what we have come to know is a member of one community was opposing it, that it is near the mosque. So the other community should refrain from building the decorative gate from that particular point. That is what they wanted. And they got engaged in a verbal duel. After that, it triggered into violence. Stones were pelted from both the sides. It led to violence also. Arson was witnessed. But now the situation is under control, though the tension grips the area. But the high officials, the police officials and the district administration is camping out there, and they are trying to make sure that the situation remains contained and there is no rumor mongering or hate mongering. So 144 has already been promulgated, and the police is keeping a close vigil and is monitoring all the social media platforms.
All right, so the situation currently under control but still tense. This is in Palamu in Jharkhand. Remember, a decorative gate was to be constructed over Mahashivratri, and over that it has led to communal clashes in Jharkhand. And we hope that the situation is immediately brought under control and no rumour mongering will be allowed. Satyajit with the latest from Jharkhand. Satyajit, thank you very much for now. Right, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now, but stay tuned. Coming up in the club, our entertainment special segment after a very short break. Thank you for watching.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India.